Shine, Philadelphia. It's time for Mornings with Andrew. Coming to you live from the Fanatic Studios, here's your host, Andrew Salciunas, on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Yeah, we're here. Happy Monday. It is Mornings with Andrew for one more week. Don't forget, next Monday, August 17th, the start of Mornings with Marks and Salciunas. But until then, I'm going to hold down the fort, and until then, I'm going to put the flame right to the Phillies. And I need to hear from a lot of you today. Today is one of those shows where I'm going to put out the call for you to be a part of it. Like, I need you active. All right? Help me do my job today. Text line is always important. Davis on the text line. We love the Davis on the text line. You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. But I need your voices today. Today is a day of voice memos. Today is a day of calls. Today is a day of voicing your frustration with a baseball team that once again had just a putrid weekend. I know they won yesterday. I was there. I saw it happen with my own eyes. But the reason why I talk about the Phillies to start is because of what I saw with my own eyes. It wasn't necessarily the baseball that I'm going to be reacting to today throughout the course of the show. It was the people that pay money, their hard-earned money, to sit in the stands, to sit through rain delays, to wait for the special induction of Chase Utley to the Wall of Fame. It's the people that go there early to buy your beer and your food. It's the people that are paying ridiculous amounts of money for parking nowadays. My takeaway from yesterday's game, where I got to share a wonderful afternoon with my wife, is that I think we have reached a tipping point in this city with the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, if you, for whatever reason, are tuning in right now for the first time ever, hello, my name's Andrew Salciunas. The Philadelphia Phillies are like my number one team in this city, but damn do I hate them. I hate them. I hate the way this roster is constructed, and I've been hating the construction of this roster for a long time, and so that's why my eyes always go to Dave Dombrowski. Everybody can have the person that they believe is the villain right now. I know Bryce Harper has heard more negativity this year than in years past. We have our eyes on Alec Boehm seemingly every single day. The contract of Trey Turner. There's a lot of individuals with this baseball team that are starting to hear more and more boos, starting to hear more and more grousing anytime they do something that impacts the team in a negative way. To me, I will always look at Dave Dombrowski because he's the guy that built this team, and he's the guy that's kept this team. He has not really made many changes whatsoever. So I need to hear from people that were at one of the three games this weekend so that you can back up what I witnessed yesterday, because from watching the game on TV Friday and Saturday, I know that I heard those similar boos over the weekend, but I was there in person yesterday, and it was worse than I've heard it in a very, very long time. I don't know when the last time is people went to a Phillies game. But the Phillies, really since 2021, hell, the addition of Bryce Harper, but since 2021, where we started thinking, all right, could they finally make the playoffs? We know that they didn't in 2021. They were close. 2022, we know what happened. They made the run to the World Series. 2023, they get back to the NLCS. I don't have to go chapter and verses to what we've gone through the last couple of years, but you get it. 2022 and 2023, despite the blown series leading the World Series and despite the collapse, the choke job in 2023, people were still on board with this team for the most part, right? Like, obviously, you have your vocal minority where a lot of people are angry with what's going on with an organization. But for the most part, the majority of the city was ready for the season in 2024. After that collapse in 2023, people were ready for the bounce-back season in 2024, only for them to have a pretty bad second half and for them to leak so much oil that they didn't have anything left in their tank come the first-round playoff series against the Mets, where they lose. And it was just a kick in the junk because every single game they were like right there, but then they would fall apart. We know what happens. Bullpen melts down, and then the Phillies lose that series. And they didn't change anything. The roster in 2024 was, for the most part, the roster in 2025. And you can tell me all you want about it being the Dodgers, and the Dodgers are unfair for baseball, and the Dodgers could win their third straight World Series this year. You can tell me that all you want. The Phillies were in every single baseball game against the Dodgers last year. But what was the problem? The same issues that have been popping up in previous years. Bats go cold. There's bad defense. There's bad base running. There's bad managerial decisions. None of those had to do with the Dodgers. All right, Trey Turner's throw home had nothing to do with the Dodgers. Matt Strahm throwing 92-mile-an-hour fastballs had nothing to do with the Dodgers. A lot of the issues that the Phillies have shown in the playoffs aren't just against the Dodgers. They happen against the Mets. They happen against the Diamondbacks. So over the last couple of years, we've watched familiar faces come back every single year. For me, I may have been a little early with my vitriol toward the organization, but I'm always honest with you guys with how I'm feeling. I never waver with how I feel. How I feel is what comes out of my mouth on this microphone, and then you guys hear it wherever you're listening. A lot of people have been okay with what the Phillies have been doing. After last season, when they lost the series to the Dodgers, and Dave Dombrowski had what I thought was one of the most horrific press conferences where he lied to you and he talked down to you and he tried making you feel dumb, there were a lot of people still that gobbled it up. There were a lot of people after that Dave Dombrowski press conference that still defended the P, still defended the Phillies, still defended the logo. And that's great. You're a Phillies fan. You're entitled to do that. You will always go to bat for your team. We always talk about the big brother, little brother thing. You can rip on the team, but the second somebody on the outside does, oh, no. You don't do that. That's my little brother. You can't do that. But it seems like this weekend was a tipping point for a lot of Phillies fans, even those who have been defending them left and right. It just seems like this weekend was that moment where people are like, okay, I'm freaking tired of this baseball team. So today is a day where I want you to voice your frustration. It is okay to not always go to bat for your team. It's okay. It's all right where you want to voice your frustration. It is okay when you say, you know what, this is really bothering me. I'm going to say something. You're not a bad fan because for whatever reason, over my 12 years here at the Fanatic, there have been people that have called me a bad fan at times because I'm critical of teams. I don't get that. I honestly, I would say that the bad fan is the one that says nothing. I'm not calling anybody a bad fan, but if you were to say that because I'm critical, I'm a bad fan, I would say, well, you just being complacent is the reason why Dave Dombrowski is complacent. It's why they're happy that they had a good showing against the Dodgers. One bad pitch, one bad throw. We fixed those things. We could have won the series. We could have been in the World Series against Toronto. You know that's not going to be how it works out. So 610-632-0975 is the number where you can text into the Davis Honda text line, leave your voice memo if you don't want to wait on hold. But I really want to hear your voices, whether it's the voice memo or the call-in line. I need to hear from you today because I want to know, was I crazy for picking that up yesterday? It just felt like a tipping point. It felt like there was more anger and frustration than ever before with this organization during this era. I'm not talking about the 10-year playoff drought. I'm not talking about pre-1993. I'm talking about the Bryce Harper-led Phillies. Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, now Trey Turner's been here for a while, Aaron Nola, Zach Wheeler. This era, this core, it feels like for the first time we have reached a point where maybe not majority, but I can't imagine it's a vocal minority that's like 10% anymore. Because in that ballpark, almost everybody heard it yesterday. Johan Duran heard it yesterday. He walked a batter, and he heard it. He's been like the least of all our problems this season. But that's how much frustration there was yesterday. Could it have been the heat that people were sitting in that sun all day? Maybe. But I know I heard it Friday. There were fans that showed up to that ballpark Friday probably at 5 o'clock because they wanted to see the ceremony of Chase Utley being inducted into the Wall of Fame. Everybody's favorite player from back in the day. Everybody wanted to see the Silver Fox. And it was a great ceremony. Phillies know how to do all that stuff. Phillies are tremendous at all those things. But then the rain delay happened. And that ceremony didn't start till what, 7:45, like 7:45? And then you got to do the whole ceremony. Everybody's got to talk. You got to show every video. You can't speed up the ceremony. I was actually kind of confused by that. Like, guys, the game was supposed to start an hour and a half ago. Maybe cut some of the things from the ceremony out. It's okay. We all love Chase Utley. We've all seen the highlights. We know that he's the man. You could cut some of those things out, considering the game is now going to be delayed 2.5 hours because of this. They didn't start till like 8:35 on Friday, only for them to have a bullpen meltdown again, only for that to happen again on Saturday. And then yesterday they had another one, but at least they pulled out the win. Have you reached a tipping point? And I need to hear from everybody. Whether you've reached it years ago, like me, maybe last offseason, last postseason was the moment. Maybe you're feeling it right now. Or maybe some of you are still holding on to hope, and you look at that Phillies logo and you hear Bryce Harper get introduced by Dan Baker, and you still feel like everything is beautiful. I'm telling you right now, things are not beautiful. They're starting to get ugly. 610-632-0975. Connor, I don't know if you made it to the ballpark at all this weekend. It's okay if you did not.
I was down in AC for the show with Tommy Green.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. You were the special show. But I know you watched, and I know that you were taking note of what was going on with this baseball team. I will tell you, yesterday, in attendance, I have not heard the crowd like that in a really, really long time, where it was so many boos. And it wasn't a playoff game boo where you're like, come on, if you lose, you're done. This was a game in August where I still believe that they should make the playoffs. But everybody knows the shortcomings of this baseball team now. I mean, it's been going on for 4 freaking years because it's the same roster. And I think that's one of the big issues that this Phillies team has not taken into account. It's something that I have been saying for 2 years now, that they should make change for the sake of change. Because once you start seeing those same familiar faces, the ones that you've been annoyed with in the past, and now continues to add, like Alec Boehm having another hissy fit in the dugout the other day after he was the idiot that swung on the first pitch with the bases loaded and hitting the little tapper, and then he had the hissy fit in the dugout. He got benched. And then when he had similar issues yesterday, he got booed really loud. There's a lot of guys on this baseball team that shouldn't be here anymore, not because of their ability. Alec Boehm's a Major League Baseball player. He'll be a Major League Baseball player for like 6 more years in this league. I said the same thing about Brandon Marsh. Brandon Marsh is a guy that will be in the big leagues for a very, very long time. But there's a lot of guys that are in the big leagues for a very long time, and a lot of them bounce around. The Phillies have kept the same people year in and year out, and we've seen the same shortcomings every single postseason. And I think people are finally starting to take notice that this isn't okay. And honestly, if you're a player on the team, you might be looking around going, oh, yeah, this feels familiar. But this time it's in August, and it's not October. Did you get that sense at all this weekend that maybe we've reached a tipping point? Not me, because I've had it. But where a lot of people in this city are starting to finally start feeling a lot of the anger that they probably should have felt like a year or 2 ago.
I mean, I think they're fine. Okay, I just want to give everybody a heart attack to start Monday. No, absolutely we're at a tipping point with this team. Like, I lost it on this team multiple times this weekend. I'm one of the staunchest defenders of the Phillies and this era, and I don't know how you defend this team anymore. I don't know how you like this team anymore. Like, the only possible silver lining you can have is we hated these guys in 22 and they proved us wrong. And that's not something that I can count on happening again.
Right.
That's not like some scientific experiment that could be recreated. If you get the same lab conditions, they could go to the World Series. No. The difference is we know how good they can be. In 22, that was a team that was in the midst of a decade-long playoff drought. And we're like, here it comes again. They've won nothing. They've proved nothing. Boo! This time around, they have all the achievements besides winning the final series of the year. They've done everything besides win the World Series, which should give you more confidence in the ability of this team to win when it counts. And yet, everything they've showed you is that they do not play up to that standard anymore. And the fans are realizing it, and I think they've realized it for a while now, but the number
Dude,
grows.
I don't know. I'm telling you, this weekend, like, I haven't been to many games this year. All right, I haven't. Yesterday was my 4th game. 4-0, baby. I got to
go to more games.
Yeah, I said, well, are the Phillies going to pay up? Somebody asked me again, you don't get free tickets? No. I would love them. Yeah, I need to go to more games because it just things go well whenever I'm in attendance. But I've been to 4 games this year. One was like in April. One was in June. I went down last month to Baltimore, and now this one. And even though they won those games, they were never like pretty, right? Like yesterday was a win. Wasn't a pretty one. I heard groans. I heard boos that I have not heard before. Again, part of it, the heat. I'm sure that had something to do with it. Or maybe the fact that they lost the first 2 games of this series to a team that they should not drop the first 2 games. Or maybe it's because it's the same way. Like Ryan Kirkering has another meltdown. That guy, he's another player. I thought for his sake, they should have moved on from him after the horrific throw against the Dodgers. They kept him around, and to his credit, had a very good start to the season. Now he's starting to show a lot of his issues where big moments he can't handle himself. He's now starting to hear it. There are players up and down this roster that are starting to hear more and more collective, not just groans, dude, like boos. The people were angry yesterday. So I want to know, did you reach your tipping point? Have you reached your tipping point? When was that moment for you? For me, it was losing to the Mets. That series broke me. They needed to do a hell of a lot after that series against the Mets for me to start loving them again. And I'm not just talking about winning a playoff series. Like, I hated them pretty much all of last year. And I've hated them pretty much all of this year. The problem is, I still look at them and I go, wow, look at what Jesus Luzardo did yesterday. 12 strikeouts over 7 dominant innings. And they had a lead. And that's why I always say, if you squint, they are still World Series contenders. Because I know that those 3 guys, and you know who I'm talking about, Sanchez, Wheeler, Luzardo, put me in a position to win every single game that they start. It's the last 2 innings that I need to worry about, or innings 7 and 8, because I feel like Duran is still really freaking good in the 9th. It comes down to now the 7th and 8th innings of this bullpen, and for somebody to come through offensively. And you got that yesterday. Kyle Schwarber, 2 home runs yesterday. You saw the things that make this team tick. Big bats and great starting pitching. But the bullpen now being a major issue is not something that we were prepared for. What was the tipping point for you? Have you reached it? Did it happen to you this weekend? 610-632-0975. Now, I have another question. And this is one of those where we have to be logical, right? Like, there's a reason why we're fans and we're not in the front office. There's a reason why we're not getting paid big bucks to make decisions. But, Connor, I was thinking about this yesterday, watching all this unfold. How often should ownership listen to the fans? Jeffrey Lurie, John Middleton, Dan Hilferty, Josh Harris. Like, how often should ownership listen to fans? We have been wrong at times as fans. We have wanted to make the big trades left and right because that's the sexy thing to want. And then they either make it happen and it doesn't work out well, or they go to another team and you start keeping track to see, all right, how right would I have been? And you see that they suck. And you're like, oh, man, I'm glad that we didn't do that. There are times where general managers and presidents of baseball, basketball operations, they have a lot more information at their disposal to make a decision that we don't have. We're pretty much vibes. We're pretty much eye test. But vibes is a big deal. If people stop showing up to your games, that's a problem. The tickets I was able to score yesterday was almost like, hey, face value. I was in Hall of Fame Club. Nice seats. Usually those things on the secondary market, whoop, they go up sky high. It was, hey, I'm selling these face value. Does anybody want these? Because I can't sell them right now. There were empty sections yesterday at that ballpark. And why is that? Wasn't because it was a hot August day. If they were really good, that hot August day wouldn't have mattered. They're playing bad baseball, and they have been. And this was a moment where I feel like if I'm John Middleton and I'm sitting in my air-conditioned booth and I'm looking around and I'm going, what the hell happened to this ballpark that just 1 year ago had life? 2 years ago had even more life. 3 years ago, nobody could get tickets. And now there's people that can't even sell them. That's not a good sign for the Philadelphia Phillies. How often should ownership group take notice about how we are reacting? Because the fan base would have moved on from Dave Dombrowski already. The fan base, I think, is ready to move on from a lot of these players. But we're not the ones making decisions. I want people to chime in on that one at 610-632-0975. Philly's question is tipping point, right? Have you reached it? When did you reach it if you already did? And how often should ownership groups listen to the fans? The Sixers fans would have fired Daryl Morey 2 years ago, right? I don't think many people were clamoring to hold on to Daryl Morey 2 years ago. Sixers fans would have fired him 2 years ago. Look at what happened in the first month when Daryl Morey got fired. You saw a completely revamped roster. This is pre-LeBron James, right? Like, just everything changed in 5 minutes post-Daryl Morey. You mean to tell me everything couldn't have changed 2 years ago if they moved on from Daryl Morey? Sixers fans were right about that one. I'm sure Phillies fans could be right about a lot of things right now that the ownership group has not taken into account. 610-632-0975. All right, coming up next, what I will give the Phillies credit for, there's not much, is they pretty much always come through when it doesn't involve the product on the field. Another great weekend for the Hall of Fame or Wall of Fame induction. Chase Utley got inducted. After the very long delay Friday, we finally got Chase Utley speaking to the Phillies fans that were in attendance. You'll hear from Chase Utley coming up next, but I want to hear from you. All right, don't allow the lipstick on the pig, which is Chase Utley showing up to Citizens Bank Park for Wall of Fame weekend, to be a distraction as to what this baseball team is doing for you. But we will play that audio, and then we will hear from you. 610-632-0975. It is Mornings with Andrew here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phils walk off the Jays. I'm Connor Thomas. The Phillies took down the Blue Jays 7-6 in 12 innings in the series finale yesterday thanks to a Derek Hill walk-off single. Jesus Lazaro struck out 12 in his start. Kyle Schwarber broke his homerless drought with a 2-homer day. There's still a weekend of missed opportunities by the Phils, and a long one at that, with the Phils dropping 2 of the 3 close games in the series. Don Mattingly talked about the stressful weekend after yesterday's finale.
Feels like this should have tequila in it. Jesus, criminy. Well, today we hung in. We got some big innings and had chances and kind of get kicked in the gut and then still bounce back.
Felt like a long weekend for everybody, I'm sure. Now it's on to St. Louis for a 3-game set with the Cardinals. Game 1 is at 7:45 tonight. Andrew Painter on the mound against Hunter Dobbins. The Eagles had some big news over the weekend as Lane Johnson announced that this upcoming season would most likely be his last playing professional football. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media at 9:40 this morning. We'll see if he has anything to say about Lane. The NBA schedule is expected to be released this week. We'll keep you updated on who the Sixers will match up with and when. And the Union took down Necaxa 3-1 yesterday in their second League Cup group play match. Zach Berman at The Athletic will join us at 8:05 to talk about the Lane Johnson news. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
This hour is brought to you by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White is here for the pro.
Yeah, they are. Love you, Bradford White. All right, Phillies, have you reached the tipping point? I mean, it's a pretty open-ended question. You could figure out what that is. Like, what is the tipping point for you? Like, for me, I can't stand watching them, even though I watch them every single night. It's not to the point where I will no longer pay attention to this baseball team. I have to do it for my job. I do wonder that if I didn't do this, would I take a weekend off? And that would be, like, big for me. Like, I love the Phillies. I love baseball. But they're not a good team. Like, I'll get into this later, but they're a talented team. That doesn't mean they're a good team. There is a difference, a major difference, because they just don't know how to play fundamental baseball. It's horrible. Man. All right. Let's play the Chase Utley thing, because I want to do at least something nice. It was a nice weekend, right? Like, the Phillies, as an organization, outside of baseball, outside of what happens on the field, you know, the grass part and the dirt part, outside of that, everything's great. The ballpark's still beautiful. All the ushers are wonderful people. Everybody's wonderful. And they do a great job for the fans and your in-stadium experience that doesn't involve the players. Like, everything else is top-notch. So Chase Utley, after the long rain delay on Friday, finally gets inducted into the Phillies Wall of Fame. This was him addressing the crowd that was there Friday night that sat through it.
I've touched on a small number of people who influenced me over my career. I feel incredibly grateful for my teammates and coaches. But as we all know, in this business, people eventually come and go. There has been one constant through all of it, and that was you. The city of Philadelphia. You know, I'm asked all the time, what was it like to play in Philly? And the truth is, you don't really just play in Philly. You survive it, you earn it, and if you're lucky, you grow from it. To me, this city is about passion. It's about emotion, it's about toughness, but most of all, it's about winning. For 13 years, I tried to play the game that this city expects us to play. Hard, honest, no shortcuts, no excuses. And you let me know every night whether I was doing my job. That's what I love most about this city. Because in Philadelphia, you don't get respect, you have to earn respect. And standing here tonight, knowing I may have earned a small piece of that respect from you, that means more to me than everything.
All right, you can cut it. It was wonderful, right? The message that I take away from the most is, you know, you guys were there every single day letting us know if we were doing our job. And it was perfect timing for that to take place Friday. Before the beginning of this series in terms of the games, they lose Friday, they lose Saturday. Very similar ways. And then yesterday, it takes them 12 innings to win it because they blew another lead. Very similar ways. And I got a sense yesterday at that ballpark that this city is fed up, that this city has reached a tipping point. And Chase Utley has that message. And I really, really, really hope that a lot of players, but ownership specifically, took notice. Because people let them hear it yesterday and this weekend about whether or not they were doing their jobs. Now let's hear from the people that let their voices be known. 610-632-0975. If you were at any of the games this weekend, let us know. And if not, it's fine. Like, I want to know, have you reached your tipping point? If you were at the game Friday, if you were at the game Saturday, if you were at the game yesterday, would you have let your voice be known? Connor, you've watched games with me. I'm a very quiet person at games.
Yeah,
I talk more on the air and in life than an actual game. I just sit there and evaluate and I watch, right? And yesterday I had a moment. Guess which player I had the moment with.
I'm going to guess it's Alec Bohm.
Oh, congratulations. You know me well. Alec Bohm dropped a throw at first base. Jesus Luzardo, there's a comebacker. He knocks it down, gets it, turnaround, falls on his ass, throws a perfect strike to Alec Bohm at first base, and Bohm just drops it. Like he just dropped it. And I had, because people think that we're not fans doing this because we're critical and blah, blah, blah. I had the innocent, honest reaction of bleeping hate that guy. Right? Like I'll be honest. Like I said it out loud. Can't hide from it because I had people around me that heard it. I didn't do the stand up and boo. I didn't do the send him to Lehigh. I just had the very natural reaction of like he had, I bleep and hate this place a couple years ago. I had the very natural reaction of I bleep and hate that guy. Like I just can't wait for him to not be on the Phillies anymore. Guy to my right was like, yeah, dude, I can't stand him. Person behind me, why is he still here? And then we start talking about why he's still on the Phillies. It was a very natural, innocent reaction among people that were sitting there watching this team fall apart again. And there were a lot of people that were having those moments yesterday. Let's go to John C. from Tennessee, but he tweeted at me this weekend. He was in attendance this weekend and got to experience Friday and Saturday. I'm sorry, Johnny. What's up, man? Good morning. Yo, John C.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, bad connection. Not sure if you can hear me.
Yep, I got you. What's up?
Went Friday and Saturday night, and it was good to see a team, fight and try to win and actually have some fire and some good fielding. But sadly, they were wearing Blue Jays uniforms because our guys were bums.
Yeah, I mean, the weekend sucked, and I feel bad because you're up. You made the drive up or flight up, and you're there Friday and Saturday, and you watch two games that are just they've become too often, right? Like this year, we've been dealing with games where a big error changes the tide, or a guy goes out there in the bullpen because you're still getting it from your starting pitching. Like they're still playing good baseball. And then there's a moment every single night, it seems like, where it's either going to lead to a loss or it's going to take much more for them to win when it shouldn't have been from the beginning.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it would feel like to be in the starting rotation. Just as fans, we're frustrated. Those guys got to be hating life right now. They can't voice it. They can't express their emotions like we can. So I'm about done with these guys. Thank God it's Eagles season because I want to see my team with some fight and make an effort, an honest effort to win. These guys the Phillies are just collecting paychecks right now.
Yeah, and look, that's something that no organization wants to hear. And, John, I appreciate the call, man. Sorry that you had the Friday, Saturday. I wish he was at least here for Sunday's win, but he didn't get it. I mean, we're now getting to the point of when's Eagles season start and when Sixers season start and when's Flyers season start, and no team wants to hear that. The Phillies don't want to hear that. John Middleton doesn't want to hear that. But, guys, I'm serious. That ballpark, it wasn't empty yesterday, but the heat and the people in right field, you're baking out there, right? There were either empty seats because people were like, what's the point of me going to today? And by the way, this was supposed to be one of their big weekends, right? It was alumni weekend. Or there were people that left early. They just didn't want to sit through it. And the crowd that remained until the final out, until the game-winning hit by our cult hero, Derek Hill, continues to just come up big for them.
Captain Toothpick, unstoppable.
He's unbelievable. Toothpick Tuesdays, as Johnny Marks had last week. Once again, you watch this Phillies team have another loss, and the people that were still there, they were loud. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the Davis difference. Just check them out in Burlington.
Matt from Percy checks in with a voice memo.
We are getting closer and closer to almost a calendar year since Orion Kerkering forgot how to play the position of pitcher, not just pitch. This dude is awful. I'm usually rather chill as far as getting upset about players or this, that, and the third. This dude is awful. I was at the game yesterday, 5-2, said to my wife, I said, when Orion Kerkering makes this game 5-5, do not blame me. He is awful. And people behind me are talking about maybe we should be nicer to them. Give me a break.
Yeah, like, I like that in society we're getting better, but I don't understand that. maybe we should be nicer to them. I'm not saying we should send death threats, right? You are scum if you do that. You are a horrible human being, and I wish nothing but the worst for you if you do something like that. But the whole maybe we should be nicer to them, I don't understand that. Like, they need to hear it. Like, they absolutely need to hear it. And it's not necessarily just Orion Kerkering, right? Like, you're booing Orion Kerkering, but your boos is also the message that gets sent upstairs to John Middleton, to Dave Dombrowski. Like, the guy that has, if you just go to baseballreference.com and go to Orion Kerkering's playoff game logs, the guy that pitched horribly in 2023, but we made the excuses. Oh, he got called up. He was young, blah, blah, blah. Then he pitched horribly in the postseason in 2024. Well, everybody pitched horribly out of the bullpen in 2024. And then he was even worse against the Dodgers. And when he made that throw, it was such an easy moment for the organization to say, all right, there are some faces that we need to replace. It's nothing against the guy's talent. It's just seemingly every single year, something happens with this team that you can't explain. I cannot explain the Orion Kerkering throw home. I can't. When Cooper is older and we talk about that series and the pain that he will one day feel even more and more about being a Philadelphia sports fan, that will be one of those moments. And he'll say, well, why did he do it, Daddy? And I'll say, I don't know. Like, I won't be able to explain that. And yet he came back. And now in the month of July, he's got an ERA of almost 6. And in the month of August, his ERA is 8.31. Are we surprised that the guy who has come up small in 3 straight postseasons is having a bad summer? The organization must be, because they relied on him. He was supposed to be one of the big arms. All right, what else do we got on the Davis Honda text line? 610-632-0975.
Joe the Cynic checks in and says the Phillies could easily DFA 4 to 5 players between bench position players and pitching staff, and they're the run-it-back guys.
Yeah, I mean, there have been players that should not be here anymore. And I'm not even talking about this season. Two years ago. Later on in the show, 7:30, I think I have it planned. 7:30. I took note yesterday of the players that people are done with. And it wasn't just because one guy had a bad game. It's, let's say a guy makes a bad play. You might hear like if Bryce Harper made an error in right field, you would get a groan. If Alec Boe makes an error, you hear anger and you hear boos. So I took note of whenever a player had a mishap yesterday, what the reaction was like. Or when a player did something well, what was the positive reaction like? Did one guy get louder cheers than the other? That happened yesterday too. So at 7:30, we bust out the move on meter. Where some of these players are at, there's a lot of them that are breaking the damn meter. All right, more reaction coming up next. 610-632-0975. Speaking of Orion Kerkering and this bullpen, I have a number that Dave Dombrowski never wants to hear, or any GM or any manager wants to hear, especially when a certain radio host has been pointing to the glaring issue that has been this Phillies bullpen this year. It's Mornings with Andrew here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Starting Monday. with Andrew on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Yeah, we're here. Talking about the Philadelphia Phillies and what took place this weekend. They did win yesterday. Thank God. Because if they didn't win yesterday, I don't know what that would have been like. If they blew that game to the point where they didn't win, it would have been ugly. It was getting ugly during the game, dude. Like, anytime somebody walked a batter, it got loud. Phillies bullpen ERA, do you know what it is since the trade deadline? So 6 days, right? Today's the 10th. The trade deadline was the 3rd, but 6 days of baseball.
7 or 8 and change.
Close. 6.08 ERA since the trade deadline. Now, look, guys like Raleigh, right? His first outing wasn't great, but like his numbers are so good this year that you're like, all right, I'm assuming he's gonna be fine. Caleb Killian hasn't been pretty. He got hurt yesterday. Orion Kerkering has been a mess. Alvarado had another horrific appearance this series. The only guy that there's 2 guys that I feel like comfortable with. One is Jonathan Bolin, and I don't know who he's going to become playoff time. Right? Like I don't know him. Is he a bright lights guy? Like I half this roster isn't. So I don't know who Jonathan Bolin is come playoff time. And then there's Duran. Like every time he goes out there, I know it's going to be a good inning. Like I feel very good about the Phillies' chances of keeping the game tied or winning the game if they're up 1 or up 2 or up 3. But other than that, who's like the guy in the bullpen that you're saying, all right, that guy's coming into the game, I know this is going to go well? They don't have one right now other than those 2.
No, I don't even really feel that way about Bolin because, like you said, you don't really have the track record of the big moments. Like, he's thrown really, really well.
Yeah, he's been great for them. If he wasn't on this team this year, I don't know where they're at.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, he's been so big for them this year. Like, it's not talked about enough how big of an impact he's made this season. It starts with trading for him. They trade Strom for him, a guy that ate a lot of innings for them last year. Bolin's eaten a ton of innings. My biggest issue is he's been so reliable that they've had to use him all the time. And then what does that mean for the playoffs? Is his arm fresh, right? Like, I don't know. And, oh, by the way, yesterday, in a game in which Jesus Luzardo strikes out 12 batters over 7 innings, you still had to use how many? How many bullpen arms they have to use yesterday?
5, I want to say.
Like, yesterday was the game where through 7 innings, you're saying this is what the team needed. The Phillies needed the starting pitcher to go deep in this game so that they don't have to use many arms because they've been playing a lot of extra innings games recently. Guys have been leaving starts early. Andrew Painter left the start early the other day, and they still ended up using, 5 guys out of the bullpen. Kerkering, Duran, Meza, Raleigh, Killian. When they had their starting pitcher throw 7 innings where he allowed only 4 hits and struck out 12 guys, they still had to use 5 bullpen arms, and all of them pitched complete innings. It's unbelievable, man. Let's go to Greg in Bethlehem. Greg, what's up? Good morning.
Morning, guys. I'm over the tipping point, but I enjoy rooting for my team.
Of course you do.
I'm willing to tolerate 7 innings of decent ball only to be disappointed at the end because I'm entertained. The thing that's most frustrating to me, if you pick one person, is Kerkering, because he develops brain lock anytime he gets to 0-2. I don't understand. I was listening to Cole yesterday, and he says, well, he's going to throw this off the plate, not throw a strike. Well, he does throw it off the plate, but it's 2 feet outside. I don't understand the psychology of that. And it's been a persistent problem over the years. It seems to me the pitching coach should somehow, or somebody, sports psychologist, get through that because he's got enough stuff to get to 0-2.
Yeah, sure, he's got the stuff, and then he melts. To your point, Greg, and thanks for the call. Like, then he melts. But just look at his game logs in the postseason. Like, it's not that hard. I know. I don't know. Is Kirkering a guy that people still love? Like, sometimes I miss the boat on these things. Like,
No.
All right, so like people are done with Kirkering. All right, good, because like, you just look at what he's done in his career in the postseason.
That doesn't even matter. That's not what you should look at. He had a great start to the year, and I had to fight tooth and nail to talk to people about Kirkering. He's actually having a really good year. I was like, that guy still stinks. Because what he did last year is going to stick with people for so long.
Because he's got the October Philly stink that a lot of these guys have.
Exactly.
Kyle Schwarber could hit 60 home runs this season. I'm still going to wait and see if he comes through in the playoffs because he hasn't that often. Bryce Harper can have a good season this year, but I'm still going to wait and see what he does in postseason. And it's not necessarily his fault. Look at how they're pitching to him. Look at how they're pitching to him. I love the addition of Luis Ariz. I do. But you're batting him fourth. Just like Bohm, just more consistently. He's not going to kill you. Now, if you have runners in scoring position, sure, he will drive runners in. Dude, they weren't throwing Harper strikes yesterday. Like, for all the whole not elite, he's not the same player as he once was, all the debates that Johnny and I had over this season, the teams still show you that they fear him. They don't pitch to him because there's nobody that bats behind him. Whether it's Ariz or Bohm, there's no pop. And the Phillies have just somehow missed that. It's why I still don't get the Schwarber. I know he had 2 home runs yesterday. I don't get the not batting cleanup thing. Oh, old man Andy. The protection's a real thing in a lineup. He doesn't get anything, and so he just walks.
Yeah, for the last 3 weeks, Kyle Schwarber batting cleanup would have given you no protection either.
Sure.
They got bigger issues.
Yeah, I got you. There's so much going on. All right, hit me with another text on the Davis Honda text line. You know what? Hold that. What's the poll? Poll of the day brought to us by Dr. Howard Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. I know what the question is, and I've seen the results already. What I'm going to ask people who are voting on said poll or are just chiming in on the conversation is when that moment was for you. I wonder how much of it was this weekend or how much of it was prior to this weekend. I've had it for like 2 years. What's the question? What are the results?
Have you hit your tipping point with the Phillies? 77% are saying yes, 23% are saying no.
Yeah, 3/4 of the fan base right now have reached the tipping point where they're just fed up with this baseball team. Nobody has to. I won't dunk on you for saying these things like 2 years ago. Whether you hit it last week, yesterday, last year, 2 years ago, whenever that moment was, let us know. And then our side topic, I guess, usually it's fun. Should organizations listen to the fans? Because if the organization listened to the fans, a lot of these guys wouldn't have been here to start this season. Maybe people's voices weren't loud enough because there were a lot of people that agreed with what Dave Dombrowski said after they lost that series of the Dodgers. And I do think a lot of it was just being a sheep and wanting things to be good and not wanting things to be bad. But this Phillies organization has made countless poor decisions. And I think this is the first year where a lot of people are starting to express their anger toward it. 610-632-0975. So we'll get to this topic more in the 7 o'clock hour. But also, we have 2 major pieces of offensive line news to react to. Like major. One that helps the Eagles now, and one that is very concerning for the future. We'll talk about that next. It's Mornings with Andrew here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A frustrating weekend. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took down the Jays 7-6 in 12 innings in the series finale yesterday, thanks to a Derek Hill walk-off single. Jesus Lazaro struck out 12 in his start. Kyle Schwarber broke his homerless drought with a 2-home-run day, but it was still a frustrating weekend of missed opportunities by the Phils, and a long one at that, with the Phils dropping 2 of the 3 close games in the series and going extras in 2 of the 3 games in the series. Derek Hill, who had the walk-off yesterday, talked about the persistence needed for the team right now with the NBC Sports Philadelphia broadcast.
Those opportunities don't come around all of the time. How do you calm yourself in those opportunities?
It came around 3 times tonight. The first 2 I kind of messed up on, but if you don't succeed, try again. 3rd time's a charm.
Well, the third time was the charm in that series, but the Phils need to get their stuff in gear. Now it's on to St. Louis for a 3-game set with the Cardinals. Game 1 is at 7:45 tonight. Andrew Painter faces Hunter Dobbins. The Eagles had some big news over the weekend as Lane Johnson announced that this upcoming season would probably be his last. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media at 9:40 this morning. The NBA schedule is expected to be released this week. We'll keep you updated on who the Sixers will match up with and when. The Union took down Nick Caxa 3-1 yesterday in their second League Cup group play match. Zach Byrne, The Athletic, joins us at 8:05. This update is brought to you by Aleve. When traffic slows you down, pain can make the ride feel even longer. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief so you can put pain in the rear view. Use as directed. I'm Connor Thomas for 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Was not enough for it. Sorry. It was great. I'm glad that our hero, Derek Hill, came through again with the game-winning hit in the bottom of the 12th inning. Phillies get the win, but they dropped the first 2 games of this series, and yesterday should not have taken extra innings. It just shouldn't have. And yet it did because Orion Kirkering, a familiar face, had a meltdown, and the Blue Jays tied it. And then you think about what took place in that game yesterday. Alec Boehm could have ended it. Runners on second and third. Pops out in foul territory. Familiar face. Trey Turner. All they asked him to do was put a bunt down. Couldn't do it. Familiar face. There's a lot of familiar faces around this baseball team, and I think people are starting to hit that tipping point. I'm not speaking for me. That's why I was excited. Not excited. That's not the right word to use, but it's why I guess I was interested in doing this morning's show. I am speaking from what my observation was at the ballpark yesterday, from watching the games on TV Friday and Saturday. I saw my man, Fit Dad CEO, chiming in on our YouTube chat, talking about how it came through the TV too, right? Like, it's not just you have to be there to experience it. I just heard it a lot louder, and it continued during, like, when NBC Sports Philadelphia would have gone to commercial, the boos continued a couple of those times when guys were walking off the field. When Kirkring was walking off the field yesterday after he got pulled, dude, it was loud, man. It was so freaking loud when he walked off that field. I believe, and if you say, no, that's not true, then feel free. I mean, you are a fan. I'm kind of speaking for what I believe the fan base is feeling right now. You as a fan out there, you believe it's different, feel free to chime in. I believe that this city has reached their tipping point with this Phillies team where they're not so supportive, where they're not going to say, hey, but anything can happen. I think people have reached the end with a lot of these players, the familiar faces, and the direction that Dave Dombrowski is trying to take this team. It's just not working. It hasn't worked. It's not going to work. This team is not good enough to win a World Series. They have talent. They are not a good enough baseball team. 610-632-0975. That's the number to climb in. 75% of our poll right now is saying that they've reached a tipping point. I want to know when that happened. And should organizations ever listen to the fans? I saw somebody on our YouTube chat going into the commercial break saying no, organizations should never listen to fans. Connor, I'm curious your thoughts on that because you've talked about how you could be a GM, and I agree. I think I could be a GM. I could do what Dave Dombrowski does, spend a lot of money for some of the players out there. I think I could do it too. Some of the trades might not be as good. I probably spend too much for some players that aren't worth it. But there are things that this city has been on before the organization made the call. What do you think? And when I say a say, I mean like 0.05% because we're manic, we're emotional, we see shiny new toys and think that they're going to be the best thing ever, and they're not. Or I think we hold on to prospects a little bit too much. I think this is the first year people were ready to move on from them, but we hold on to prospects a lot. So we're not the best decision makers. But there are times where we have allowed our frustrations to be heard. And if Daryl Morey got fired 2 years ago, I wonder how much different the Sixers would have been last year. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's minimal. You should account for what your fan base is feeling. But to me, understanding where the fan base is at and listening to the fan base are two different things, right? Like getting a perspective of how your team is viewed versus listening to the specific things those people expressing those views want you to do is where the line is kind of drawn for me. Like, you should understand when the fan base is upset with your product, you should figure out why they're upset, and you should do something as quickly as possible to fix it. But if you're like, hey, the fans want this guy fired or this guy traded, we do that a lot.
Yeah, of course
and we're wrong a lot.
But I wonder, and this is like a deeper conversation, but should they sort of get a feel for what this city is like, or any city is like, when they make certain decisions, right? Like, speaking for myself, I'm not speaking for Philadelphia, I would imagine, at least I hope, that the majority of people will agree with my statement here. I love that Howie Roseman, you hit a woman at any point in your life, you are not allowed to play for the Eagles. Like, I love that. I love that Howie Rose. I don't think he did that for the city of Philadelphia. I think that's his own personal belief. But if a city is anti-domestic violence, I hope we are, then I like that an organization would do that. But look, there are other teams. Like, we talk about the Cowboys all the time for a reason. Andy Reid ignores a lot of things. He believes in second chances or third chances. Or maybe he just believes in trying to win football games, so he'll ignore certain things to make his team better. I love that there are lines drawn for Howie Roseman. I like that teams go, you know what? I don't think that this fits the culture of this city. But I also know that the Phillies have ignored a lot of things that people want in this city. People want, bring it up again, people want people that look a little bit different or have a little bit of a different attitude to them, a little bit of a different swagger. And it's not just the same 9 guys on a roster. Like, that's something that's been talked about by Phillies fans, not just me on the radio. So how often should they listen to the fan base about things like that? I mean, there are deeper conversations that they should take into account. All right. Let's go to Sean in media. Sean, you're on the Fanatic. And then after we talk to Sean, we'll tell you about the 2 bits of huge offensive line news that took place this weekend. What's up, Sean?
Oh, God.
Yep.
Oh, well, it's Monday. Yeah, we really won that game yesterday, didn't we? Oh, my God.
I mean, of course it went the way that it did, too, right? Like, let's just have a good day. The Phillies have an early lead. Kyle Schwarber's hitting the home runs. Luzardo's dealing. It's awesome. You know, you got some of the Phillies alumni going out there. J.C. Romero, Scott Air, Brad Lidge, the Vanimals on the hot dog cannon. Everybody's in a good mood. And then they said, you know what? The people are too happy, Sean. They're too happy today.
Let's ruin it. Let's pee in the Cheerios. You know, it's just what a mess, man. And then the worst part is that Derek Hill walk-off. Now, if the Blue Jays had a different defensive alignment, that could have been a double play there, too.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. It absolutely could have.
You can grounder. It was like nothing. And like Kirkering comes in, you got 2 outs. 2 outs. You got 2 outs. And I just don't get it. I don't understand how this happens. And Turner comes up and, you know, and swings to the first strike and then pops up. And then boom. And this, it's just from top to bottom. It's just a mess.
It is.
The whole thing is a mess.
And here's why, Sean. It's look, I'm not calling every fan a stat nerd, but I believe the organization is so locked in on certain analytics and all this kind of stuff that they ignore what it takes to be a good baseball team too, right? Ball go, boom. All right, great. But what if you're not hitting home runs? How else are you going to score runs? Oh, this guy throws really hard. We need him in the bullpen. Okay, but what if he can't throw strikes? Or what if he throws hard right over the middle of the plate? Unless you're Jacob Mizorowski throwing 105 miles per hour, a 98-mile-an-hour fastball is like nothing nowadays in baseball. And if you can't spot it, it's an issue.
For breakfast. Yeah, if you can, you have to use the corner of the plate. You got to put it somewhere. And like the Kirkering thing. All right, look, everyone goes back to last year. Oh, well, it's really a shame what happened to the guy. Well, you're a professional athlete. You're a professional athlete, and every professional athlete says the same thing nowadays, the same cliche. Well, we flushed the last game, move on to the next one. Well, you haven't done that at all this whole season, bud. Like, you haven't done it. So then maybe you just don't have it anymore. Yeah, I get it. You get up there 97, 98 and do your thing, but, like, what is going on with you? Then there's something in your head. Then, yeah, I'm sorry, you're going to get booed because you suck. Like, you just suck.
All right. Sean's reached his tipping point. Appreciate the call. I love that. Like, I love just they suck because they don't suck. But that is a natural fan reaction.
Train everybody.
Yes, Bernie. Like, that is a natural fan reaction, and that's okay. I like that. I like those kinds of reactions. It's okay to go over the top as a fan. You were a fan for a reason. You're allowed to do that, and I appreciate it. And look, I get it. We're also allowed to support teams as fans. I'm usually more on the negative side than the positive side. I understand that. But I believe we've reached that tipping point. 610-632-0975. The other thing that I was going to say this to you during the break, but we just ran out of time. And this might be unfair. I don't know. I think this Phillies team has a lot of guys that would be great for the Kansas City Royals.
What do you mean by that?
Less pressure. Alec Bohm will be a great Los Angeles Angel. Serious.
Okay.
Orion Kirkering would be fantastic pitching for the Minnesota Twins.
All right.
I think there's a lot of guys on this team that can't handle this city right now.
I think there are probably 3.
All right, Bohm.
Yep.
Kirkering.
Yep.
Who's the third?
Well, you only play shortstop.
Oh, Trey Turner. Yeah, that's a pretty big one.
Outside of those guys, no, I think those guys just stand out more. I think a lot of these dudes are pretty in tune with what you got going on.
I think there's a lot of guys. Maybe it's not this city. I think there's a lot of guys that play well when they're being loved. Like Alvarado was a guy that everybody loved.
Dude, there have been times where people have loved him and he can't throw a strike then either. Like, no, that's overstating it.
I think there's look, I've been saying that this team's front runners for a while now.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Like, when they're hot, they're really dangerous. Like, that's why they still say, I saw another Passan or somebody wrote Jason Stark. Somebody said it again. The Phillies are the team that the Dodgers fear the most. Like, I've heard that 100 times, despite them always losing the same ways. But they're not wrong. Because if those 3 starting pitchers deal and if the bats get hot, they're a dangerous team. It just sucks that's what it's the Joel Embiid health, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to face the Sixers if Joel Embiid's healthy. Nobody wants to face the Phillies if they get hot.
Hey, you're the guy that for like a decade was the Joel Embiid health defender.
Yeah.
So I need you to open your mind a little bit.
Oh, I got you. I'm here. All right. Some NFL news to get into here. We'll start with the here and now because there's two major offensive line news. One that helps the Eagles this season and one that, doesn't. Laramie Tunsil tore his triceps in practice over the weekend. And per Mike Garafolo and Steve Weish of the NFL Network, he will most likely require surgery, which what they're saying will have him miss a significant portion of the regular season. I don't know what that is. Is that a 12-week injury? Is that an 8-week injury? Regardless, it's their starting left tackle, a team that's offensive line is already not great, and they're supposed to block a quarterback that has a lot of injury concerns because of his build and because of the way he moves around the pocket. I'm talking about Jaden Daniels here. Regardless, that's a lot of money tied up to a guy that's going to be missing at least half of the season. That was big news, and I'm not celebrating it, but that's big news in division, the starting left tackle of the Washington Commanders. Like, is that – can I write them off now?
Absolutely.
Like,
it's going to be more than half the season. Some people are thinking he's done for the year.
Right, for the year. I don't – like, the Commanders are the least of my worries right now in this division. The Cowboys are my number one worry. The Giants, I'm like, all right, are they going to be good? Are they going to be bad? Are they going to be that team that finishes around 500 and you're saying, all right, they're 1 year away? I don't really – the Giants are a wild card for me. Not a wild card team, but they are a wild card. I don't know who the Giants are this year. Second straight year, I don't really fear the Commanders. I mean, Johnny and I were battling with people last year. I was like, what do you mean the Commanders are going to win this division? Like, I remember Bill saying it. I was like, it's crazy. Like, I don't see it. I don't see it this year. And the Eagles play them week 1, and then they play them again November 1st. So the Eagles will not face Laramie Tunsil this season.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge game changer in the division because that's a team to me that's already out. Like, he's protecting Jaden Daniels blindside. Their offensive line outside of him is not that good, and they're in big-time trouble already with that. I agree with your assessment of what the division is, though. That is a team that's just like, they don't feel like they've done anything.
Yeah, no, they're just old. Like it's going to be Eagles-Cowboys toward the end. I really do. Unless Dak Prescott has meltdowns in big games, which we've seen before. Right, we've seen it happen. But because their defense got better this offseason, I do worry that the Cowboys are going to make it really tough to win this division. But everybody else, it's like, all right, Giants will see. Because is Jackson Dart going to be in the blue medical tent? Like, is he going to have real estate in there? Or is he going to take care of his body? What does John Harbaugh do for that organization? Who knows? Commanders, I'm like, yeah, that should be 2 wins.
Yeah, that's curtains on their season right there, to me.
Jaden Daniels had a great rookie season. I need to see more to start thinking like, uh-oh, here come the Commanders. Now, the other bit of major offensive line news is here. It's Philadelphia, and we all knew this day was coming. All right? We didn't know how long, much longer, but we all knew this day was coming. Now, this was not an official announcement of it being the final year, but Lane Johnson, he returned to practice. A lot of people were wondering why has he not been coming to practice. It was for non-injury related reasons. I don't think did he speak on that?
No, he didn't.
I didn't think so. I mean, it's Lane Johnson, right? Like, the guy's gonna be fine. But Lane Johnson returned to practice, but he did speak to members of the media, and he did mention that this could be it.
I mean, as you get older, things change in your life, priorities, your children get older, parents get older, and so, it just puts things into perspective. So, looking like this is probably potentially going to be my last year, just because I am getting to that point of those priorities, away from football are starting to merge. Not that I don't enjoy, I love everything about this game and preparing for it, but that's kind of where I'm at in my career. So, yeah, man, just looking forward to this year, playing best I can and stay healthy, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't say this is my last year, but he's putting it out there. Like, this is his last year.
Yeah, it is.
This is the last season of Lane Johnson's career at the Philadelphia Eagles. in the NFL.
In the past, he's been asked about how long he wants to play, and he's like, as long as they're cutting the check, I feel great, all this stuff. Like, he's not a guy where he's like, oh, yeah, it's coming soon. Maybe it'll be. If he says it like that, this is it.
Yeah, and so enjoy the final ride of Lane Johnson and hold your breath. Like, I don't know. We'll see who Markel Bell is. Lane Johnson spoke very highly of him. Fred Johnson's done a good job being put into positions, multiple positions, right tackle and left tackle. He's done a great job going out there and filling the void as much as he possibly could. But he's still not Lane Johnson. Not many people are. If not for the steroid stuff years ago, he's a undoubt, maybe first ballot Hall of Famer. No doubt first ballot Hall of Famer. But because of that, he might take a couple of years before he gets in. But we all know how talented Lane Johnson is. We all know the record of the Eagles with him and without him. It's going to be a different without Lane Johnson here. So they got to win this year. Like, make it happen.
Yeah.
Like, win this year. Everybody stay healthy on that offensive line. I don't think I'm asking too much for offensive linemen in the National Football League to stay healthy. Stay healthy. Have a good year offensively. But, man, it's just another moment to remind you that the offseason of 2027 is going to be filled with storylines. All right? Regardless of how Jalen Hurts plays this year. It's not just going to be the Jalen Hurts offseason. There's the, if Jalen Hurts is, we don't know. Is he great? Is he elite? Is he all right? Like, where is he? That is going to be a conversation. Do they renegotiate his contract? How do they replace Lane Johnson is going to be a conversation. When they pay Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, who doesn't get paid, is going to be a conversation. Hopefully the offense, we don't have to have this, do they need to add at receiver conversation, but if we do, that's going to be a conversation. The Philadelphia Eagles should still win the division. I believe they will win a playoff game at least one this year. John Kincaid already predicted an NFC Championship appearance, right? Regardless of how far you think the Eagles are going to go, I think majority of us will be on the same page saying that they are at least a playoff team. And they will be a good football team. And they will have a good regular season. But that doesn't mean it's not going to change next year. Next offseason is going to be fascinating, man. Like, this year is going to be very interesting to watch. But next offseason, there's going to be a ton of storylines to talk about.
Yeah, and I need, just for this Eagles era, because they deserve it, I need one of the big four to walk off after a Super Bowl victory.
Well, they could have done that.
Could have, sure. Didn't.
That was BG's fault.
All right, well, didn't happen.
BG came back.
Yes, I need one of the four for their last game to be hoisted on.
Howie literally told him, I can't let you come back.
Well, then he did.
And then he came back.
Your
wish was actually granted a couple of years ago, and then they ran it back because they needed to because Zadarius Smith retired,
right?
Because Nolan Smith did not develop into some great pass rusher, and he was hurt also. All right, coming up next. Today is a day about expressing your anger toward the Phillies. If you want to defend them for whatever reason, have at it. I'm not going to yell at you. I just won't agree with you. I want people to express their emotion toward the Phillies because yesterday was a day sitting in that ballpark where I noticed a change in the mindset, the emotion, the mentality, the patience of the Phillies fans. There was not much of that yesterday. 610-632-0975. So I took a lot of notes during this game yesterday. I have a result on a test that I conducted, Connor. I snuck in the move on meter in the Citizens Bank Park. I hid it in my shorts. I won't tell you where. I had the list of players that this city seems completely done with, regardless of whether we can do anything about it or not. I'll tell you who next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A long weekend for the Phils. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took down the Jays 7-6 in 12 innings in the series finale yesterday thanks to a Derek Hill walk-off single. It was the second straight extra inning game in that series. Jesus Lazario struck out 12 in his start. Kyle Schwarber broke his homerless drought with a 2-homer day, but it was still a weekend of missed opportunities by the Phils, and again, a long one. They dropped 2 of the 3 games in this series, and Don Mattingly, I think he summed up how everyone was feeling.
Feels like this should have tequila in it. Jesus, criminy. Well, today we hung in. We got some big innings and had chances and kind of get kicked in the gut and then still bounce back.
Well, maybe they got a drink in on the plane because they're heading to St. Louis for a 3-game set with the Cardinals. Game 1 is at 7:45 tonight. Andrew Painter faces off against Hunter Dobbins. The Eagles had some big news over the weekend as Lane Johnson announced that this upcoming season would probably be his last. Nick Sirianni meets with the media at 9:40 this morning. We'll see if he has anything to say about Lane. The NBA schedule is expected to be released this week. We'll keep you updated on who the Sixers will match up with and when. And the Union took down Necaxa 3-1 yesterday in their second League Cup group play match. Zach Berman of The Athletic joins us coming up at 8:05 for his reaction to the Lane Johnson news. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Salciunas, a.k.a. the host, and Connor Thomas, a.k.a. producer, are back to bring you more hard-hitting Philly sports talk on Mornings with Andrew, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
This hour is brought to you by the BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook. Live bet sports on the BetParks app and play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So on Friday, before I left the building for the weekend, our own Matt Menard, who does incredible work for this station. I mean, more than just the commercials and the returns. He does a hell of a lot of stuff. He was here late last night for the Union game, producing that one. But Matt comes up to me and goes, "Hey, I heard you complaining about the new return. Oh, you don't like my work?" I was like, no, I loved it. I just needed to make it very clear to everybody that heard it that I didn't ask for it. That I wasn't like, yo, dude, I want you to tell people that I'm a seamhead. Like, tell, even though it's right. It's true. I'm still accurate. Like, it is a very accurate return. I just needed to be clear that, like, I wasn't like, yeah, I need that. Make me seem like some smart baseball guy, please.
Yeah, whatever you say, bro.
All right. By the way, I got to ask you this question. I got to ask all of you guys this question. I've reached, speaking of the tipping point conversation, if you're just tuning in, quick little reset. I'm asking you, have you reached your tipping point with the Phillies? Because yesterday I was in attendance, and I heard the boos and the groans and the anger in the concourse during the game, after the game, even after the win. A lot of people were upset with the Phillies yesterday. And it made me think, all right, this isn't the same team that everybody was loving in the playoffs in 22, the entire season in 23. Got back together after that collapse against the Diamondbacks. The fan base still rallied behind the team in 2024. And then somehow there was still a huge amount of people that rallied behind them going into 2025. I was like the angry man that hated the run it back. A lot of people loved the idea of running it back. They ran it back. They lost in the first-round playoffs again. Then Dave Dombrowski has his press conference, and there were a lot of people that agreed with him. I hated that too. That's okay. My tipping point was the Mets series in 2024. That series against the Mets was my tipping point. A lot of people seem to be getting there now. But I also had another tipping point this weekend. I had my, like, summertime fun tipping point. Like, I was on the beach Saturday, so you have a couple drinks then. You get back to the house, you have a couple more drinks. Yesterday at the ballpark, had a couple beers. I'm beard out right now.
You're washed.
I'm beard out, dude. Like, I've been grilling, eating burgers. Like, I'm.
Oh, poor Andy.
Like, you know me, I always tell you guys, I was a former fat kid. I'm really good during the winter, like, being in shape during the winter. Like, I do the opposite of hibernating. All right, I cut during the winter. And then during the summer, I live my life, man. I've reached that point. I'm shot. Like, I'm cooked. And so I've reached that point. And so I was going to go dry this entire week until Saturday. I'm going to be down the shore with a couple of my best friends. Can't wait for it. You weren't invited, Connor.
I was or wasn't?
You were not. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Well, I hit your kid in the face with a football.
Yeah, you're
last
done.
time,
You're not allowed
so
to go down there.
It's okay.
I just FaceTime with Christy and Coop during the break, and they're doing a play date tonight. And now I'm going to have the house to myself for a couple hours. How do I not make the most of that?
Don't drink?
No, how do I not? I feel like I kind of have to.
Yeah, listen, I'm not stopping you. The only one stopping you is you.
I can watch whatever the hell I want on TV.
Yeah.
I can do whatever the hell I want for like 2 hours. I can eat whatever the hell I want. But I'm kind of, dude, I ate a family-size General Tso's chicken Saturday night by myself.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Family-size, rice and all, dude. I
you're
crushed
in a
that
fight
bad
with
boy.
yourself, and you're asking me to pick a side. I'm like, I don't know, dude.
I've reached my summertime breaking point, dude. Like, I feel horrible.
I don't think I have one. So I can't really relate to that, but I've heard other people talk about that. So thoughts and prayers with you.
There's a reason why January is a thing, man. All right, the move on meter. So yesterday in attendance, I was just kind of taking a lot of mental notes. I actually took physical notes on my phone for something completely unrelated that we'll get into at 9:30. Can't wait for it. Observations at a baseball game from somebody that doesn't care about sports. That was my wife. I have a lot of those. but I was taking mental notes yesterday. When Dan Baker announces the starting lineup, when a player comes up in a big spot, when a player does something positive, what is the reaction from the fans? When a player does something bad, what is the reaction from the fans? And that tells me where people are at with individual players on this Phillies team. So I'm going to go around the diamond. Pitcher, everybody loves Luzardo. Like, everybody loves him. All right, and plus, when you're striking out 12 guys, every strikeout got louder and louder and louder because people were fired up. Don't worry about the pitchers, because the pitchers, at least the starters, are pretty much in the good graces of everybody.
Well, top three.
Well, top three. Yes, thank you. So here's your starting 9 or 10 plus DH. Kyle Schwarber is still beloved by this fan base. His first home run, this is why I know this fan base is great and is in tune with everything. It wasn't just, yay, we got to watch a home run. It was Kyle Schwarber just broke one of his worst streaks of his career, hitting that home run. And then the second home run, it was the he's back home run. Like, everybody went nuts. So Kyle Schwarber, beloved by this city. When he got intentionally walked twice yesterday, the boos raining down shows that they still love Kyle Schwarber. They want to see him bat. Catcher, JT Realmuto is such an interesting case study because he got no reaction. I think people don't want to admit that they're done with Realmuto because they love the guy. We love catchers in this city because if you think about it, the Phillies have been pretty good at that position. Dutch for a long time, Lieberthal for over a decade, Chooch for a long time. Now JT Realmuto's been here for a long time, right? But he hit like a weak dribbler to the second baseman yesterday, and it was just kind of like, like it was almost like watching the guy in his final year play, but it's not his final year. He's got 2 more after this.
Yeah, I don't think he's evil. Like, I don't mean that, but he's a necessary evil for this team. That's why I don't think he gets the vitriol that some other guys
But he doesn't, like, people aren't like, JT Realmuto going nuts.
Right.
Like, he's kind of just there. He's literally just there at this point. Alec Boehm at first base, people are done with that guy. I'm glad that people are starting to finally realize the shortcomings of your 6'5", middle-of-the-order slap hitter. Like, I'm glad that people finally are starting to come around on something I've been telling you for years. The guy is not good enough for what this baseball team needs. I don't know which reaction was worse, the drop ball at first base or the pop out with runners in second and third in foul territory. He heard it from everybody yesterday. Everybody's done with that guy. Done. And this like, thank God he's a free agent at the end of this year so that we don't have to go through will they be able to offload him? They're not re-signing him. There's no way they re-sign him. There's 0 shot.
Don't put anything by the Phillies.
No, dude, 0% chance he's back. 0%. Because if they do listen to the fan base at all, they heard it yesterday. Arise still early. Stott, they love him. Now, look, he's having a good season. But the AOAOK thing, he brought it back. People are still singing it. They love Bryson Stott. And I'm not saying you have to hate Bryson Stott. It's just Bryson Stott gets a lot more love than I think who he is as a baseball player sometimes. But he's been having a really good year. He got a lot of great reactions. So I think the case study is still people love Bryson Stott.
He's also never been a problem for this team, like a real problem. He's supposed to be a role player. He's always been great defensively. So you're not expecting him to be like the big-time clutch guy.
Yeah, but he was a first-round draft pick, so people thought he was going to...
So is Mickey Moniak.
Right.
All right, let's remember what the bar is. So is Alec Boehm.
Yeah.
So was a lot of guys.
A lot of guys that didn't even make it to the big leagues. Cornelius Randolph.
He doesn't say anything bad. He's never in trouble with the media, never says anything about the fan base. Like, they should love stuff.
Yeah. Trey Turner.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about it, but people are done with him. Even when he came up to bat, dude, they intentionally walked Schwarber, what was it, 11th inning. They intentionally walked Schwarber. And think about this for a second. You've been to baseball games. Whenever there's the big moment, you get the crowd that still has the back of the player. Doesn't have to be baseball. Remember Ben Simmons at the free throw line? I think it was the Hawk series, the cutaway of the guy doing the free throw form, the fan in the background.
Yeah.
You didn't even get that yesterday. It was the fan base booed because Kyle Schwarber got intentionally walked. And then when Dan Baker announced Trey Turner, it wasn't like all right, Trey, nobody better. It was, let's see how he does. Let's see what he does. That is a bad sign. That is a bad signal. Not saying that you're wrong for doing it. It's a bad signal, a bad message sent to the individual that even in the big moment, hell, George Hill, Derek Hill got more of a, people were excited that he came up to bat because he's been clutch this year, more so than Trey freaking Turner, who's getting paid $300 million. The people still love Brandon Marsh, by the way.
As they should.
Brandon Marsh gets one hit yesterday, and it was the big supportive cheer because he's been having a really bad stretch post All-Star break. Even pre-All-Star break, he was struggling. He still didn't have that great of a game. He went 1 for 5 yesterday. But like the Schwarber home run, that it was the first home run in a long time, you got that really loud reaction. You got a really loud reaction to a single from Brandon Marsh yesterday. This city still loves Brandon Marsh.
He's earned that. The season he's put together. Stop it. The season he's put together, he's earned that. Where would they be?
Let's not act like they didn't love him before the season because he's got the hair and he barks and he does things.
Okay.
People love characters, and he's a character.
He's a good character.
I wouldn't say that he's necessarily over his tenure earned it. This year, sure. The first half of the season, absolutely.
I said this year, he's earned it.
Crawford, everybody's still excited about. He's been here for 5 minutes. Harper's still loved, dude. Bryce Harper is still loved. I know that we will take more and more phone calls on people upset with Bryce Harper in the text line, but the people that were there yesterday, every time his name got introduced, when he came up the bat, there was still a loud cheer. They still love Bryce Harper. And then lastly, Orion Kerkering. The boos that man heard walking off the mound yesterday, it felt like old Philadelphia. Like, we're back. And I brought a tear to my eye. Like, I loved it. I loved that it wasn't like let's just applaud him for his effort. It was anger. There was anger directed at Orion Kerkering yesterday, and I loved it. And if ownership listened to the fans, the lack of reaction for JT is apparent, and then the anger toward Bohm, Turner, and Kerkering. That alone should be enough for Dave Dombrowski to say, I need to find ways to replace those players. It's just Trey Turner's going to be the hardest one to do it with. All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. We'll check the text line as well. 610-632-0975 is how you climb in. Leave a voice memo. I want to hear your frustration if you've reached that point. Was this weekend the tipping point for you where you kind of stopped just being in love with the logo? You'll always love the Phillies. I'm not saying that you don't love the Phillies. I love the Phillies. But I have a love-hate relationship with them, and I have for 2 years. It seems like a lot of people are reaching that breaking point with them. Let us hear you. Coming up next, here on Mornings with Andrew, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Unfiltered with waking up with Mornings with Andrew on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, I want to hear from you. Have you hit your breaking point, your tipping point? Let's check the poll of the day, brought to us by Dr. Avedon Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. The poll is strong for 4 hours every single morning. I would say the Bats could have used it, but they were actually fine. They scored runs. It's the bullpen that now needs some help. Maybe Dr. Avedon Appel can help them out. They need confidence. What do we got?
Have you hit your tipping point with the Phillies? 80% now of our responders are saying yes, 20% saying no.
Oh, wow. Usually the higher number drops as the show continues. It's gone higher. It's bad, dude. And I wonder if the front office is taking notice. I wonder if John Middleton is taking notice.
I don't think so. Well,
dude, the offseason's actions will tell us all we need to know.
Maybe they won't. Because remember,
that's right. Might not have baseball.
That's
right.
Why I wonder how much they worry.
Who are free agent? Bohm's a free agent at the end of this year.
Yep, Garcia already done for the year.
I don't care.
Bunch of bullpen
I never
guys.
need to see Adolis Garcia play Phillies baseball.
No, I know. You asked the question.
Yeah. I mean, Bohm. There's no way they bring him back. There's no shot. 0% chance that Alec Bohm is a member of the Philadelphia Phillies the next season they play baseball, whenever that might be.
Stubbs a free agent.
By the way, you mean to tell me that you can't have somebody on the bench that can run? That dude was out by a freaking mile at home plate. If you guys didn't watch the game yesterday, Luis Arraez comes up to bat, hits a fly ball. It wasn't deep to defend Stubbsy. It wasn't deep, but Garrett Stubbs pinch ran for who? Was it Schwarber he pinch ran for?
Yeah.
Pinch runs for Schwarber on third base. Arraez hits a fly ball right where the right fielder is normally standing. And they played him in a little bit because Arraez isn't really a power hitter. Dude, he was out by like 10 feet. It wasn't even close. But he's still on the team. He's another guy. Like, you think about it. He's the least of our worries because come playoff time, he does not play. But that just goes to show you that they've kept everybody. Literally everybody. You like it here? You're staying. Like, he's been here this entire time. Nobody explained to me why, other than vibes. All right, it's time now for... All right, give me one text. Give me one text on the Davis Honda text line. I need to hear from somebody.
All right, we got to check in here. This texter, Lowell from Harrisburg, says, this Phillies team is fundamentally poor. Don't work counts, swing at junk. A guy who's in hitters counts and swings at junk like Alec Bohm, and a bullpen that's horrible. How any experts still believe this team is dangerous in October must be smoking the good stuff. I was there Friday, and it was a joke. I didn't get home till almost 4 a.m.
Dude, we're obviously reacting to the entire weekend, but I was at yesterday's game, so a lot of my takeaways were from yesterday's game. Speaking of swinging at first pitches, what the hell was Alec Bohm doing Friday?
I have no idea.
If you weren't watching Friday night, they were down a run at the time? Phils are down a run, bottom of the ninth inning. Bases loaded. The pitcher had just walked all three guys. That's why the bases were loaded, because he walked all three guys. And Alec Bohm swings at a freaking sinker low in the zone on the first pitch. And what happens? It's a little tapper. And they got the out at home. Like, that is stupid baseball. That is not understanding a situation. Now, I don't know if we do take signs in the major leagues. I didn't make it that far, Connor. Maybe Donnie Baseball, who everybody loves, could have been like, yeah, let's give him the take sign here because this is the guy we know will swing at the first pitch. Like, that's another thing. That's a conversation. I'm getting deep in the weeds here. You have to know your players. You know he's going to be the guy that will ignore everything that just happened to three previous batters, and he's going to swing at the first freaking pitch. Unbelievable. They don't know how to play baseball. It's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas. I'm pissed off this morning.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
I got the dad disappointing voice today.
Yeah.
I'm not yelling. I'm not really raising my voice. Every once in a while, Coop gets a, yo, stop.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while, it's a, yo.
Do me a favor, save it for like 3 minutes because we've got something that's going to cheer you up. Today's headlines is brought to you by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. I put a story in here specifically for you because I knew you needed it.
Thanks.
Did you see what happened in Seattle over the weekend?
Yes.
They had
Of
the
course
alumni
I saw that.
home run derby, and Ichiro Suzuki went out there and had 8 homers in his performance. Now, he didn't win it, but he did have the opportunity to show off for the fans out there in Seattle. And the fact that he's still, at 52 years old, able to hit 8
And, bro,
out.
some of them were shots.
And they weren't doing, like, when they had the All-Star game festivities here and Ryan Howard was hitting homers, like, they had him out at, like, second base to the pitcher's mound.
Yeah, right now. From
this
home
was
plate.
from the box.
Yeah, the dude could probably still get a hit in Major League Baseball right now. I'm serious.
Really?
Like
Probably, definitely.
I don't know how quick he's getting it down the line.
So you put it in the outfield, that's it.
It's just it's unbelievable. By the way, do you know who else competed in this home run derby?
I know Stephen Romero won, and I also think it's completely unfair that Austin Nola was in this because that dude was playing like a year ago.
He should not have been in it. Like, first off, it's one thing if it's a guy, let's say the Tigers did something like this and they had Miguel Cabrera, right? Because he's a legend. Like, that's different. First off, who's clamoring to see Austin Nola? I'm not even clamoring to see Aaron at this stage of his career.
Well, it's a home run derby, so I imagine Austin is pretty familiar with seeing that type of pitching growing up.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, and by the way, he played for the Mariners for 108 games.
Hey, that's almost a season.
What else we got?
All
yes,
right.
thank you. Ichiro competing in the home run derby and still going yard makes me smile. You're right.
So we had the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies, not just for Chase Utley with the Wall of Fame, but for the NFL over the weekend. And there were a lot of big names. Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, some of the names that went in. Adam Vinatieri might have been the guy who stood out, being the kicker.
He stole the show, brother. Stole the show.
He did, with this joke about one of his former coaches.
Unfortunately, Bill couldn't make it here today. There's a lot going on at UNC right now. He may be on a recruiting trip right now looking for the next Lawrence Taylor. I thought it was because training camp had already started. But in truth, it's because he's judging his girlfriend's cheerleading competition.
I mean,
and everybody laughed, and
Yeah.
he laughed and said, with all jokes aside, he's the greatest coach in the history of the NFL. But it's great. Like, I do wonder. I saw something over the weekend about the Patriots needing to come off to a hot start. Like, they need to come out strong, or the Vrabel stuff will get louder, right? The UNC thing is such a circus that I wonder. It's kind of like Gabe Kapler. Gabe Kapler had very good first season because of what this Phillies roster had, and then had a very good season with the Giants. But then you start being around him more and more, and you start realizing that this guy's freaking weird, and I don't like him anymore. Like, does the Bill Belichick girlfriend thing, is that weird for the teenage players? The 18, 19, 20-year-old players?
Nah, I don't think so.
Or do they respect it?
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think he could show up shirtless to practice, and they still say, that's Bill freaking
Bill
Belichick.
Yeah.
And I know what he's capable of as a head coach.
Like,
I
I
think
just
he's beyond
wonder, like, the girlfriend thing, everybody's talking about, everybody knows it.
Yeah, it's weird for us, but if he walked in here, would you bring it up to him? Or would you be like, that's Bill freaking Belichick?
I'd probably make a crack at it and say, hey, your girlfriend's beautiful. Say something like that. I don't know. Something easy. But I just wonder, like, how those players look at Bill Belichick. Especially when, let's face it, a lot of players probably got recruited to play for Bill Belichick, and now they're realizing it's not that good.
Yeah.
I wonder how many transfers they had. I didn't look it up.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm
Sure
not
they
locked
had,
in on
I'm
UNC.
sure they had plenty.
We'll round out with this, because if you're out on the Phillies, that's a big conversation we've been having today. Maybe you had your tipping point. You're like, you know what? Golf season's still going on. Maybe instead of a Sunday game, I'm going to be out on the links. A little bit of a cautionary tale that we need to have from a video that was going viral this weekend. It's Friday, Cincinnati, Ohio. Guys are out on the course, and big storm rolled through. Take a listen to this, and tell me if you can figure out what happened in this video just from the audio.
Oh my God. Somebody was laughing, and then there was a lightning strike.
Yeah, a guy got struck by lightning and was recording on his phone as he got struck by lightning.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, got hit in the arm minor injuries. Guy's like totally fine, but he was under a tree. Just a reminder to everybody out on the golf course: get inside if it starts lightning.
Yeah, dude, I don't get the. It's like the people that don't put on sunscreen. They think they're stronger than the sun. Like, just be careful, guys.
Yeah,
like it's not. It's like nature's nature. The world is the world. Like don't be an idiot.
Also, it's like a $60 golf round at a Muni course. Like, just go to the clubhouse.
But like,
get back out.
This isn't like a political thing. Like, oh, I disagree with global warming.
Big lightning.
Right. Like, lightning's lightning. Like, don't be out there with a metal freaking shaft. You idiot.
Oh, man.
By the way, 31 transfers left UNC this year. Not the highest in college football. A lot of the other ones were head coaches left, and so they transferred, like James Franklin. Penn State lost a lot of people. But UNC lost 31 players because it was just kind of a bleep show. All right, coming up next, Zach Berman will join the show. Lane Johnson pretty much made it clear that this will be his last year as a member of in the NFL. So Lane Johnson's potential retirement, what does that mean for the Eagles this season and moving forward? You'll also hear Lane Johnson talk about third-round pick Markel Bell. He spoke very highly of him. We'll play that for you coming up next, and then we talk to Zach Berman about it all here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A much-needed walk-off. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took down the Jays 7-6 in 12 innings in the series finale yesterday thanks to a Derek Hill walk-off single. He continues to be a hero for this team. Jesus Luzardo struck out 12 in his start. Kyle Schwarber broke his homerless drought with a 2-homer day. And that's about where the good stuff ends. It was a weekend still of missed opportunities despite the win yesterday, and a long one at that, with the Phils dropping 2 of the 3 close games in this series. Derek Hill talked about persistence, though, and how they need that in the NBC Sports Philadelphia post-game interview.
Those opportunities don't come around all of the time. How do you calm yourself in those opportunities?
It came around 3 times tonight. The first 2 I kind of messed up on, but if you don't succeed, try again. Third time's a charm.
Well, the Phils will try and make the 4th time a charm as well tonight as they move on to a series with St. Louis for a 3-game set with the Cardinals. Game 1 is at 7:45 p.m. tonight. Andrew Painter faces Hunter Dobbins. The Eagles had some big news over the weekend as Lane Johnson announced that this upcoming season would probably be his last. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media at 9:40 this morning. NBA schedule is expected to be released this week, and the Union took down Necaxa yesterday in their second League Cup group play match. Zach Berman, The Athletic, joins us next. This update is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Sleep falling short? Visit Mattress Firm today. Their sleep experts will find you the right bed at an unbeatable price during the best sale of the year. They make sleep easy. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Mornings with Andrew on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 8 a.m. on this Monday morning. 1 week from today, the start of the new lineup here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Mornings with Marks and Salciunas. Me and Johnny Marks begins at 6 o'clock, Monday, August 17th. Then we have Brace and Dunn. Connor will be producing the midday show with Ray Dunn and Sean Brace. And then Unfiltered remains the same. I know that Johnny Marks posted the video. There's a producer search because we keep on getting the message. Who's producing the show? I don't know. We'll find out together. All of us. Connor might be doing double duty for all I know.
I was just going to say, I had people send me that over the weekend. I'm not doing 8 straight hours. I love you guys.
I did it for like a couple of years where I was, every summer day, it seemed like I was doing double dip.
Yeah.
Why not?
No, I've been there too.
Well, man.
Listen, I love this place. I need my sleep.
You could be here from 5 a.m. to 3 p.m. every day. That's a 9-hour workday. Everybody else does it. Why can't you?
Everyone else is built different than me, I guess.
Yeah, sure. All right, we're going to be joined by Zach Berman here momentarily. The big news over the weekend for the Eagles, Lane Johnson speaks to the media and makes it clear that this will most likely be his last season in the National Football League. Here he was, though, because our first question is, well, not really a question. Our reaction is, uh-oh. What are they going to do at right tackle? Because Lane Johnson has been a staple. And a damn good one for a very long time. It's hard to replace a Hall of Fame football player. We have Fred Johnson, who's been here for a couple seasons now, sort of as that swing tackle. But then there's also third-round pick Markel Bell, who everybody is speaking very highly of. And Andrew DeCecco showed me some pictures from training camp of him standing next to other players. And you're like, oh, my God, dude, this dude is huge. Last week or 2 weeks ago, they did what's the game called where you have something on your forehead, but you don't know what it is? Headbands. All right. Yeah. They were playing headbands, and they were sitting in, like, bar stools. Markel Bell's feet were firmly planted on the ground, dude. Like, everybody else was on that little ledge, or Mekhi Lemons were just – his legs were swinging because he's, of normal height of, like, every other common man. And then Markel Bell's just sitting there relaxed, feet firmly planted on the ground. The dude's gigantic. Is he good at football? This was Lane Johnson earlier this weekend talking about Bell.
He's one of the best rookies I've been around just as far as being in the playbook. No complaining. Haven't heard him complain one time. And just he's always asking questions. So just a really, mature young man, handles stuff off the field well. He's just always asking questions. And, you can tell he was coached up well at Miami. And, yeah, man, I see a guy with that size and that ability and that wingspan and movement. He can have a lot of success in this business.
So he speaks highly of him. Now, is he saying that? Go Birds. It's part of the cloth. I love this team. Or is it true? And, look, they spent a third-round pick on him. And, again, bringing up Andrew DeCecco second time, he loved him coming out of college, coming out of Miami. He loved him. And he was talking about him as a day 2 pick throughout the entire process of us leading up to the NFL draft. So it's good to hear Lane Johnson say it. We're just going to have to wait a long time to see it play out. But joining us now to talk more about the announcement by Lane Johnson, other things going on in training camp, and an way too early outlook at what could be a fascinating offseason. Not could be, will be a fascinating offseason for the Eagles in 2027. From The Athletic, our man Zach Berman joins us. Zach, good morning. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for coming on. The Lane Johnson announcement from over the weekend, was it expected? We know that he missed some time for non-injury related reasons. He comes back, speaks to the media for the first time, and says this is pretty much it. Were you expecting that sort of message from Lane Johnson at training camp?
I was not, no. I did not go to work that morning expecting to hear the best player that I covered over the past 15 years is going to retire at the end of the season. There have been murmurs in recent years that this could be his last year, that is he going to retire, and you heard it a lot last off season. But I had thought that Lane would come back, try to be healthy this year, and then evaluate at the end of the season. So the fact that he reached this clarity now, I give him credit for it. And obviously he missed a week for personal reasons, and I think that also helped provide some clarity there. But no, I did not expect this to happen on Saturday.
Now, Zach, obviously, he talked about wanting to be there with his family, and people are getting older in his life and all that kind of stuff. But I guess from a football standpoint, he's a competitor. So I'm guessing he's thinking this is going to be a very good season. So I'll ask you, as training camp continues to progress, you look around the offensive line. That was the biggest issue for the team last year, was their health. How are things starting to come to form right now in training camp for guys like Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, and you mentioned it, Lane Johnson and his own health?
Yeah, so Cam Jurgens left the last 2 practices early. And so the Eagles practice in about 2 hours. We'll have a better sense then of if he's back out there. He was obviously back out there on Saturday after leaving Friday's session early. There are no long-term injuries right now on this offensive line, which is a good sign. They're healthier they were healthier going into camp than a year ago when a few of the guys were coming off surgeries and were just banged up. Lane's healthier. Obviously, Jordan Mailata had a longer off season, so they are in a better spot than a year ago. But you do have a lot of guys with some injury histories going into a season, so the conversation might be different in October, November, December. But at this point, yeah, they're healthy, and you're absolutely right. If that group is healthy, then that's the key to the offense this year.
Do you think that if somebody were to get banged up, and let's face it, it's the NFL, it could happen with one of the 2 tackles, is Fred Johnson first man off the bench, or is it Markel Bell? And I'll ask more questions about Bell. Lane Johnson spoke very highly of him this weekend.
Yeah, if you're going based on what I've seen in practice in recent days, I would say it's Markel Bell. And that would have been a surprise going into camp. I think Markel's outplayed Fred so far. Now there's still 3 weeks to go here, and Fred Johnson has, game experience, real game experience, and so you factor that into the equation. But I would give Markel Bell the edge at this point.
Do you think then, as we're talking to Zach Berman from The Athletic, the big news over the weekend, Lane Johnson making it clear that this could be, he didn't say it is, but could be his final season in the National Football League. Do you believe they already have their future right tackle in-house with Markel Bell? I mean, Lane Johnson was the 4th overall pick. Markel Bell was a 3rd-round pick. And all offseason, we were talking about the Eagles must draft a offensive lineman. I don't think we thought it would be the 3rd round, but if he's thought of this highly, do you think the Eagles as an organization think he's Lane Johnson's replacement?
I think that's premature, and I know that others might disagree with me, and you've seen these stories over the weekend about how Markel Bell could be the heir apparent, to Lane Johnson. I still think it's premature. I think that we'll see how he develops. I think there are certainly tools there that you like. I mean, the size jumps out to you. He moves well for that size. You heard what Lane said about the way he's been behind the scenes. But, yeah, I mean, for a franchise that really values succession plans, I don't think the succession plan is necessarily, a top of the 3rd round pick, right? And sometimes these things emerge. The Eagles drafted Andre Dillard to be their left tackle of the future. They draft Jordan Mailata in the 7th round of the same draft, and eventually Jordan Mailata outplays Andre Dillard. So Markel Bell, if he develops this year, I think he can absolutely be in the conversation, but I don't think fans should, disregard this offensive tackle draft class next season, because I imagine, that's going to be under heavy consideration.
Has it been easier or harder to get a sense of what this offense could be under Sean Mannion so far through training camp, considering all the new changes, but you've also had a lot of inconsistencies in terms of people available? Lane Johnson finally back, Mekhi Lemon hamstring injuries. Have you been able to get much of a sense at all?
Well, schematically you can, right? I mean, you can see the differences. You obviously see more under center. You see more play action. You see the wide zone running game. You see the misdirection. You see the way they're utilizing motion with intention. So That part you can see. But as far as how this offense will look this season, I don't think we have a full grasp of that. You mentioned Devontae Smith, Mekhi Lemon being out of the lineup this past week, and that's a big part of it. The other thing, too, and I can't emphasize this enough, is I think this offense will be built around the running game. And in training camp settings, you can't really get a good sense of the running game. There's no hitting at this point. It's just you can see some of the run fits, but you don't really see the way that the run game and the pass game can kind of marry into each other. And so I think that I can't tell you at this point how the offense is going to be, but I can tell you schematically there are there are noticeable differences from what fans have seen during certainly the last 5 years and really much of the past decade.
Zach, about an hour ago, Connor and I were talking about how interesting the 2027 offseason could be for the Philadelphia Eagles, considering a lot of moving parts, right? If Lane Johnson does indeed retire, you're talking about who's the next right tackle to replace this Hall of Fame player. As you said, the best player you've covered over 15 years. So let's take the Jalen Hurts contract stuff off the table because that's going to be number one for most people. What is the storyline that you're going to follow closely throughout this season that will impact the offseason one way or another?
Yeah, I think it's some of the upcoming changes on the offensive side of the ball and how soon they take place. So obviously we've seen or we heard Lane Johnson speak, and so it looks like you're going to need a new right tackle next year. We'll see what happens with Landon Dickerson after this season. If we could talk about this regarding the Jalen Hurts thing, but that's obviously a big question following this season. Even Saquon Barkley, there's a conversation about Saquon Barkley, I imagine, after this season. So we've known that the money's going to shift from offense to defense, and when I frame it that way, that's important because next offseason you're going to have to pay Quinyon Mitchell, or you're likely going to pay Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Jalen Hunt's eligible for a new deal. So you're in position to be aggressive with some big money contracts on the defensive side of the ball. And just in order to make the money work, you're going to have to shift from some of the big money on offense to big money on defense. You saw the Eagles do it in the draft this year. They're going to continue to add cost-control players. I don't expect Dallas Goedert here after this season. So I think the changing identity on the offensive side of the ball was in the process this past offseason, and it'll continue going into next offseason.
All right, last thing, Zach. In case I don't get to talk to you beforehand next week, I will definitely try to get your observations afterward. Do you believe, because a lot of people are going to try to make this out to be some big deal, do you believe there will be any issues at open practice next week between the Eagles and Patriots? And we all know the player that I'm talking about on New England.
I don't. I think it's going to be highly competitive, right? But I actually think that when you're talking about the corners going against the receivers, I think that Quinyon and Cooper DeJean, for instance, they have a lot of respect for A.J. Brown, a lot of appreciation for A.J. Brown, and I think it'll be competitive like it is whenever you have competitive guys out on the field. But I don't think there'll be animosity or anything personal. I think for us watching, it'll be fascinating theater. And I imagine A.J. Brown's going to want to be at the top of his game. And, the Eagles defense are prideful guys too. But I don't think it's going to be as much animosity-driven, if you will, as if it were maybe your listeners on the practice field with him.
Check out Underdogs, the franchise leap year. 3 incredible books written by Zach Berman, who has been covering the Eagles for a long time, doing a great job with it. The 4th book hopefully can be written after this season. Hopefully it's another Super Bowl-related season. We appreciate the time as always, Zach, and we'll talk to you again soon.
You got it. Thank you.
There he is, Zach Berman from The Athletic. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much next week, but I do think it'll take one thing being said. I said this to you guys a couple of weeks ago. The message that is clearly being pushed by the Eagles right now is everyone get on the same page. We're all striving for one goal. It's not about individual accomplishments or statistics. Sirianni's saying those things. It was one thing for him to say it in the closed-door meeting and then Jalen to say it at the press conference like the next day. Nick Sirianni was on with the Kay Adams, Up and Adams show, straight up saying, like, without saying A.J. Brown's name, was just talking about A.J. Brown and how they don't have that issue here anymore. And so it might take one thing being said, because let me ask you something, Connor. Do you think A.J. Brown knows what's being said about him or somewhat about him right now?
Absolutely he does.
That dude lives online. He knows everything. And I would imagine that the Eagles are still in his algorithm. I know his name's in his algorithm because he cares about himself that much. You know that he has watched at least one of the videos either from Jalen or from Nick Sirianni or Jordan Mailata, who also was pretty open about it, about we're all here together for one common goal. I think it could take one thing being said.
Yeah, I've been on this since day one. When some people are like, I don't, and they'll just do the practice. It won't be that big of a deal. If you think A.J. Brown is going to be involved in any way with something going on with the Philadelphia Eagles where media members are present and there's not going to be something that happens, you must not have been around this city that long.
Yeah, because by the way, like, practice is 2 days, right? Maybe it's not the first day. Maybe it's the second day. Maybe it's after first practice, some of the reporters ask questions. Because if I'm a member of the Eagles media, I'm going up to A.J. Brown, to his scrum, if he's available, and I'm asking questions. How is your time now in New England? Different than Philadelphia. And competitive juices are flowing. Egos. I mean, my man didn't want to be here because of his ego. Like, egos are a big part of this, too. And it's the middle of August, and it's hot. And it's the first team that's not wearing your jersey that you're facing. I don't think there's going to be some all-out brawl, but I do believe there's going to be a lot of stuff being said back and forth, and maybe one person goes a little too far, and it leads to just a little scrum.
Yeah, we got teams fighting each other right now.
Yeah.
Like Kenneth Walker's fighting the Chiefs camp. We got Max Crosby and Kirk Cousins getting into it out in Vegas. Like,
that was insane, by the way.
Who are you taking that fight?
Yeah, Max Crosby. That's just, like, Kirk Cousins, you like that? I guess he's trying to, like, say I'm the big dog around here now. Like, I don't know.
I guess so.
I don't know what Kirk Cousins' goal was there. He didn't like getting hit. I don't blame him. I mean, he's wearing a red jersey. He's not supposed to get hit.
I would have guessed the least problematic quarterback room in football would be Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza.
Apparently not, man. Apparently not.
Do you think we're going to get through joint practices with the New England Patriots and A.J. Brown without something happening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that's a good point.
I think we're going to see something.
All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. A lot of Phillies talk today. Was this the tipping point weekend for you? I've had it with them for a long time, but was this the weekend for you where you're like, all right, I'm done with the good vibes. I'm done with loving on all these players. I'm done always applauding every time they're introduced because, man, this weekend, Friday looked ugly from the TV. Saturday looked ugly from the TV. I was in attendance yesterday. It was brutal the way a lot of people were reacting toward the Phillies. What do we got?
Todd in Virginia checks in, says, I'm done with this team. They're cooked, great starting pitching, but the rest is garbage time. Go Birds.
Yeah, I mean, we've reached Go Birds season for a lot of people. They're going to be in the playoffs. I still believe it. I think they're going to be in the playoffs. If they lose in the first round again, here we are again. Or the bats get hot and the starting pitcher starting pitching continues to be dominant and they win a playoff series. This team, it's funny. We talked about this last week. This team, I feel like, could as easily get to the World Series as miss the playoffs. That's how this team is. It's true. They're starting pitching so good, everything else is inconsistent. They're one game up of the Padres for the last wild card spot right now, and still people in baseball say that they're the biggest threat to the Dodgers. The team that could miss the playoffs is the biggest threat to the team that's looking to win their third straight World Series. They are a fascinating bunch, and I hate them for it. All right, coming up next, I said something out loud this weekend to a Phillies fan that I said, you know what? Maybe I should use that on the radio. I've hinted at it a couple of times today. It paints the picture of the Philadelphia Phillies that I don't think a single fan can deny, even the most diehard Phillies fan that there is that refuses to hear anything negative. We discuss that next here on Mornings with Andrew, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Oh, we were just talking about football season being right around the corner. And before the season even kicks off, everyone's making predictions. Who wins the division? Who makes the playoffs? Who's lifting the trophy at season's end? On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you could trade those predictions in a live market. The NFC East is always an interesting division, but Philadelphia is your favorite. And hey, a big injury down in Washington. You've heard good stuff out of training camp for the Birds. They're trading at a 39% chance to win the NFC East, meaning $100 is going to win you $245 if that trade's successful. You're not going to get much out of them if you're just trading on them to make the postseason, but to win the division, that could be a nice little payout for you. And on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position, trade the draft pick, the game, and more on Kalshi. Download the Kalshi app and make sure you use code Fanatic when you do, because you're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, of available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils scuffle through the weekend. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took down the Jays 7-6 in 12 innings in the series finale yesterday, thanks to a Derek Hill walk-off single. Jesus Luzardo struck out 12 in his start. Kyle Schwarber broke his homerless drought with a 2-home run afternoon. But they still lost the series, and it was a weekend of missed opportunities, even in yesterday's victory. A long one for the Phils. And if you think the fans are the only ones that are feeling it, here's what Don Mattingly had to say.
Feels like this should have tequila in it. Jesus, criminy. Well, today we hung in. We had some big innings, and had chances, and kind of get kicked in the gut, and then still bounce back.
I think everyone needed a drink after that one. The Phils are on to St. Louis for a 3-game series with the Cardinals starting tonight. Game 1 is at 7:45 this evening. Andrew Painter is on the mound against Hunter Dobbins. The Eagles had some big news over the weekend as Lane Johnson announced that this upcoming season would probably be his last. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media at 9:40 this morning. The NBA schedule is expected to be released this week. We'll keep you updated on who the Sixers are going to match up with and when. And the Union took down Necaxa 3-1 yesterday in their second Leagues Cup group play match. So, moving right along on that. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It's 8:29 here on Mornings with Andrew, 97.5 The Fanatic. Mornings with Middays. Mornings with Marks and Salciunas.
I like mornings with middays.
Mornings with Middays. Why not? We'll all work together. How about that? How would that go? A show of me, Johnny Marks, Ray Dunn, Sean Brace, Connor Thomas.
The only better five in this city is the Sixers.
For 8 hours every day. How would that go?
Somebody would throw a punch by the 5th hour.
Like, and over 8 hours, we'd have to, like, change roles, right? It wouldn't be like, all right, this guy's the lead. That, like, it would change. Like, it'd be like, all right, this is your hour. This is your hour. This is your hour. I mean, that would be a lot. I don't think I'd be able to handle that one.
Don't say that too loud. We might end up doing that because that would be a good show.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised with anything that's decided these days. All right. So I said something out loud. This wasn't even at the game yesterday. I was on the beach Saturday and talking to a couple people. A bunch of family was down there. And we were talking about the Phillies game from Friday night, which was another fiasco. Was that the Bohm? That was the Bohm one, right? Or the Tapper?
Yeah.
That guy. I cannot wait. Man, you know what one bright side of missing the playoffs
Stop it.
would be?
Don't do this.
That would mean we'd get quicker to the last game of Alec Bohm as a member of the Philadelphia Phillies.
You're starting to sound like the people you were mad about in 22.
Oh, God. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But Alec Bohm wasn't batting 227 at that point. So we're reacting to the game from Friday, which was just another disaster. You know, Phils lose 5-4. And I just said it out loud that they are a talented but not good baseball team. And it makes sense once I explain it. The Philadelphia Phillies have a lot of talent. Bryce Harper, if I asked you, is Bryce Harper a talented baseball player, what would your answer be?
Yes.
If I say Kyle Schwarber is very talented at his craft, which is hitting home runs and drawing walks.
And chasing people down in a rundown from first base.
Correct.
Overall baseball player, yes.
You'd say yes. JT Realmuto, catching still, behind the dish, talented catcher. Bryson Stott. I would say talented baseball player. Like, I know the bat's he hasn't been the batting champion that some people were saying that he was going to be one day, but he's definitely not a zero at the plate this year, and he's got a really, really good glove. There's a lot of talent on this team. There's a lot of guys that throw hard. There's a lot of guys that run fast. Just like every other team in Major League Baseball, but maybe they have a little bit more talent. They are talented enough to get to the playoffs. But they are not a good enough baseball team to win the World Series. That's the determination I made this weekend. That's why I keep on saying they'll make the playoffs. That's why I haven't wavered from it. Because they will go on a stretch where they will be talented enough to overcome their issues to win baseball games. But there is a difference between talent and being a good baseball team. The Phillies are a more talented team than the Milwaukee Brewers. They are not a better baseball team because the Milwaukee Brewers do things the right way. If you think about it, Connor, I had this thought after I had this conversation with people on the beach Saturday afternoon. Yesterday, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was like, damn, that's some good stuff. That guy should be a sports talk radio host who said that. I was thinking about it yesterday morning. If I were to ask you to give me, like, the most memorable offensive moments for the Phillies in recent years, what would they be?
Huh. We're talking regular season or just overall?
Both. Regular season, playoffs. Like Bedlam at the Bank, right? That's
Yeah.
probably number one. Reese Hoskins' bat spike's got to be one of them.
Yeah, the Harper Arcia game, the Castellanos in that series against the Braves. There are a couple regular season ones in there with Cycles, JT,
Okay.
Bryce, Kyle Schwarber's 4-homer game.
What are the majority of these moments?
Home run based.
Yeah. They can't do it. They can't score runs otherwise.
Well, I don't know that that's a fair.
No, I'm serious. Come playoff time, when you have to play baseball, it's not, hey, you're facing this guy's 6.7 ERA in August. You can hit 3 home runs in this baseball game and win 5-2. Come playoff time when you're facing the best pitchers, when you're facing the best bullpens, and when you need to squeak out runs, that is not what the Phillies do. The Phillies rely on the bats getting hot and hitting home runs.
Yeah, you're right. I just don't think it's a fair exercise to be like, what are the biggest moments?
No,
and
like,
then
there
be
have
like,
been
none of
other
them are a
ones.
single.
No, there have been other ones. Like, you're right. Like, Castellanos had a couple RBI doubles, and they shipped him out of town. Like,
wow.
But for the most part, the most memorable moments, and I get it, part of it's because it's the highlight, and a home run's more of a highlight than a single, but they don't manufacture runs because they're not a good baseball team. They're talented. They get hot, look out. But the reason why I have been complaining over the years saying there are teams that are get hot proof, like the Dodgers can just be a good baseball team, they can find ways to score runs. The Phillies can't really do that. If you go into an inning and you're saying, man, we really need to score 2 runs here, and you're not starting with a runner on second base like you did in the extras yesterday, do you have confidence that they'll find ways to score runs unless it's a long ball?
Not after this series.
Well, that's what I'm
shouldn't have
saying.
before.
Like, that's why they are a talented team that's not good at baseball. That's just the hitting aspect of it, let alone the fielding and the base running, where they have a ton of issues. A ton of issues. They tried, Brandon Marsh, they tried having bunt the other day. The guy bunts it.
He cannot bunt.
6 centimeters in front of home plate. He does not know how to bunt. Nobody on this team knows how to bunt because they don't practice it anymore. But I look at this baseball team, and you look, and this is why I have my arguments, well, they're not listening, with the national media, where they always go, look out for the Phillies. They're the dangerous team. Based on what? Based on this? You look at the roster, and you go, oh, look at all these all-stars. There's like 8 all-stars on this team. JT Realmuto is an all-star catcher. Not just this year. JT Realmuto is an all-star. Alec Bowen, first base, all-star. Luis Ariz, second baseman, all-star. Trey Turner, shortstop, all-star. Is Bryson Stoppin an all-star yet?
No, he has not been.
All right. Bryce Harper, your right fielder, all-star. That's 6 guys. 5 guys.
Oh, don't leave Brandon Marsh off.
Why'd I count like this? Yes, Brandon Marsh. 6 guys in your starting line are all-stars. And then Kyle Schwarber, DH, all-star. 7 all-stars. Plus the starting pitching.
All-star.
Wheeler, all-star. Sanchez, all-star. Luzardo, all-star. Nola, former all-star. That's 11 all-stars. Duran, all-star. That's 12 all-stars out of 25 guys. Out of 20, and that I might be leaving another reliever off. Did Kirkring make an all-star game one year?
No, he didn't.
I don't remember. But I'm telling you.
Oh, Brooks Raley now.
Brooks Raley, 13 all-stars among your 25-man roster over the
26.
course, 26-man roster over the last 3 seasons. I'm not even saying this guy was an all-star 10 years ago. I'm saying over the last 3 seasons, you can point to 13 guys, half of your roster being all-stars. But that's individual performances. They're not a good team. And I had that moment. It hit me this weekend that they are a talented group that's not actually good at baseball. It's a travel basketball team. It's a travel baseball team where you get all of the best people. They all tried out. They're all really freaking good. But then when you ask them to be a part of a team, they can't do it because everybody's going after theirs. They're all trying to get theirs. There's a reason why there are some teams that are having better years.
Is that an argument that says maybe we shouldn't be as mad at Dave Dombrowski?
He's the guy that acquired all these people.
Yeah. 13 All-Stars? I don't know. And I'm anti what Dombrowski's done this year. This is not me defending him. Do not take it that way. I'm just saying when
Sounds
you
like you're defending him.
No. Stop. Absolutely not. I want that to be clear. The reason I asked that is the way you just framed it out there is it's on these guys a lot more than it's on the guy who's just getting talented players.
Yeah, he's getting talented players that have specific crafts that don't fit with each other. Like Alec Boehm does not fit with this baseball team unless he's batting like 7th, which he batted 8th yesterday. There's a lot of guys on this baseball team that shouldn't be here anymore because of previous shortcomings. It's been year after year after year after year, and that's what Dave Dombrowski has missed. You're not wrong that he has been able to bring together a talented group of players, but there is something to DNA. There is something to guys that are meant for the moment. Like, there's a reason why, here's a random name to use, but you'll know exactly what I'm getting at with this. There's a reason why Kike Hernandez will always be on a major league roster. That guy hits like 200 in the regular season. He's like a 500 career playoff hitter because he's just built for it. There are guys that can be Hall of Famers and just not be. Look at Mike Trout. Mike Trout's a Hall of Famer. The guy's been in the playoffs once, and he wasn't even good in it. Like, there are guys that just can't handle the moment. There's guys that can pitch in the 8th inning of a regular season game, but you ask them to pitch in the 9th, and they pee themselves.
Yeah, Aaron Judge is a great example. The guy's unbelievable in the regular season. Postseason for the Yankees, big games, just doesn't.
He started to have a couple, but he did have that rhetoric for a reason. Like, you're right. Like, there are guys that come playoff time, they're not built for it. Look at James Harden. Like, it's a thing in sports. Like, you can be a Hall of Fame regular season player and be really bad in the playoffs.
Now, how easy is it to evaluate that, though?
I've seen it for 4 years. Okay. That's how easy it is.
Okay. You've seen it here, which is the move on part, but the acquiring them in the first place. Like, do you think it's a fair bar to set for front offices? You need to know the DNA of these guys before you bring them in.
I would look at playoff success. Like, with a free agent, I would look at that. Like, Baseball Reference has those pages. What's this guy's numbers in the playoffs? And it's not just moments. It's also, hey, you play in the Northeast, so what are their numbers when it's 40 degrees outside in a playoff game? Like, that's a real thing. It's a real factor. We play in a cold environment come October if you go deeper into the playoffs. Remember in 2008 when they were wearing the freaking hats with the ear flaps?
Yeah,
like,
those are sick. I like those.
There's some guys that are built for it and some guys that aren't. How many times do we talk about that with football? You play for the Miami Dolphins, you're a sub 500 if it's sub 40 degrees because you're used to certain heat. You go down there in September, there's a chance you're going to lose because they're accustomed to that environment because that's where they had training camp. There are so many factors, not just do they hit the ball hard. And yet I feel like that's not what Dave Dombrowski looks into. Is this guy going to hit home runs for me, yes or no? And if he's not hitting home runs, then what is he going to do? Usually it's not great. All right, coming up next. Speaking of the Phillies, there is something really cool this week for the Philadelphia Phillies. It happens on Thursday. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll explain coming up next. But it is something that I would absolutely love to attend. Being this stage of my life, probably can't make it happen. That's why I turned to Connor Thomas, the single man on the show here. If you could drop what you're doing and spend money and do this, would you? I'll tell you what next. Mornings with Andrew, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is 97. the Heart Foundation. You've heard of D-Generation X. You've heard of the Road Warriors, but have you heard of the Steamheads? Andrew Salciunas, a.k.a. the host, and Connor Thomas, a.k.a. producer, are back to bring you more hard-hitting Philly sports talk on Mornings with Andrew, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Oh, yeah. Hard-hitting. It's 8:47 here on Mornings with Andrew. All right, so if you haven't guessed it yet, the gold standard on social media knows exactly what I'm getting into because he's going. And I am so jealous. So this Thursday is the Field of Dreams game. And the Phillies will be playing in it against the Twins. And this is one of those games that regardless of how much this team pisses me off, regardless of the collapse in 2023 and the horrible series against the Mets in 24 and the way they ended last year against the Dodgers and the way Dave Dombrowski said we got a good club, I can put all that stuff to the side and I can watch this game Thursday night and just have a romantic evening with the sport of baseball. Like, I can do that. I don't have to worry about how things are going. I don't have to worry about anything. I can sit down and watch what is going to be a very special night. The Field of Dreams game, I still remember when the White Sox, the Tim Anderson, before he got knocked out by Jose Ramirez and never became a good baseball player ever again, that walk-off home run he hit into the cornfields as he's rounding third, the fireworks that are happening. Like, it was beautiful. I love baseball so much. It's why I get so angry when I watch just bad baseball. Like, they're talented, but they're not a good club. I got to ask you, Connor. I could do it. It's just a little bit harder that I have a wife and son at home and, doing this job for a living. I've been monitoring the ticket prices. For the longest time, they were so expensive, right? Because it's a once a year. When was the last time it happened?
Yeah, they do it once a year.
Did it happen last year?
Yes, it did.
It's a once-a-year event with major league players. There's some tournaments that happen. But the Field of Dreams game right now, there is a ticket, one ticket, not even two. Now, I'm not looking for anybody else. I'm looking for myself, and I would do this. There is a ticket on the first baseline, foul territory, obviously, for $543. There's also one in left field for $633. There's also one in left field for $600 flat. Left field foul line. There is no outfield seats. That's where the cornfields are. That's where all the dead guys walk out before they start playing baseball again. A flight to Dyersville, Iowa, round trip. So there and back is $300.
That's not bad.
I can't imagine that hotels in Dyersville, Iowa, are all that much. Maybe they're more expensive considering the weekend. But again, there's not many seats. Like, this isn't a 60,000 seat event and they're going to have hotels booked. A lot of the people that are attending are residents of Dyersville, Iowa. That's how you get the tickets. You can only get them through the secondary market. It's residents and family and friends of the teams that are competing, Phillies and Twins. If you see the ticket drop a little bit more, would you make the last-second decision? Call my boss, hey, I'm not working. I am going to Iowa to go to do this. If I were in your position, would strongly consider it. I will tell you, I just called my wife. And I said, hey, I'm kind of doing this for content purposes, but I'm also kind of, curious what your answer is. Would you be cool if I did this maybe once-in-a-lifetime thing? And she said, yeah, just give me enough notice. I go, well, it's Thursday. I would probably have to fly out Wednesday because the flights that land Thursday are after the game starts, and I'm not missing a second of this thing. Would you last second? So today's Monday. You would have to book today or tomorrow for a flight to Dyersville, Iowa, Wednesday to see the game Thursday and fly back Friday.
So let's call it $1,000 all in to make this happen.
Yeah. $1,000 for like 48 hours in a town where the only memory you will have is the baseball game. Unless you find a bar that you just had a great time at. I had that I went to Temple Notre Dame years ago, my buddy Jimmy, and we found this random bar, and there were literally horse and buggies at like they were tied up. That was the parking lot. And it was actually a really cool, the wings were great. It was actually a really great time. But that's like I went there for Notre Dame. I didn't go there for the bar. So I drove there. We found a cheap-ass motel. We probably spent between gas tolls and the motel and then the tickets maybe $300. This is like you would have to fly. You're not driving to Dyersville, Iowa. Maybe you could. I don't know what that trip is.
Probably a good 18 hours.
Would you do it?
Probably not.
Why not?
I probably wouldn't. Well,
14 hours and 46 minutes to Dyersville, Iowa from here.
Okay.
Drive. Yeah.
That's not bad. I could make that happen. To spend $1,000 to watch, I love the event. I'm going to be really excited to watch it. And we got really close to actually doing this because my mom and brother are Minnesota fans. So it was a perfect setup for us to get out there. The tickets were like impossible to get.
But now we're getting closer.
Yeah. To see this baseball team, I don't think I would.
No, ignore the baseball team.
I can't ignore the baseball team.
No, you're watching the Phillies for the logo. This is the one time I'm pro-logo conversation where I will ignore all the shortcomings. I will ignore Dave Dombrowski. I will ignore everything that I hate about this baseball team. You're not going to that game to see the Phillies hopefully win. You're going to that game for the experience. This team be damned. Are you going to see the Twins? Because the Twins stink too.
Okay. You know who's starting the game?
No, I don't care. I don't care. Painter, Nola?
It's Aaron Nola.
Okay, and you know what? That feels like a Little League ballpark.
I hope those people out in the corn before they come out.
Yeah, seriously. Well, they're already dead, so it's okay.
That's true. It'll go right through them.
I would do it. And it would be hard because again, wife and kid. But it's summer. He's not at school. She's not working.
I'd rather see my team win in a bad venue than get punked in like a really cool game.
Yeah, but you don't know that they're going to get punked. They're playing the Twins.
They've won one game with their fourth or fifth starters since middle of June.
That means they're due, dude.
Yeah, sure it does.
And they won the last one, didn't they?
So I'm going to pay $1,000 to go out there to Iowa to see the cornfield that I could see on TV, to watch Nola give up 3 bombs into that cornfield and then choke it away somehow in the 8th or 9th inning, and then fly back and be like, I could have just done that in Philly.
When I went to Notre Dame, the Temple Notre Dame game, I said to myself, I do not care what happens in this game. I did not go to root on the Owls.
Well, you're also 10 straight championship losses, so I don't know if you even like winning.
I wanted Temple to win, obviously, but I was not going to allow the loss to impact my experience. I can separate that for very special occasions. So I would do this even if you were pitching. It's the Phillies
we'd win
are playing on the cornfield. I would do it.
And the other thing, though, you're buying is solo. I wouldn't want to do it solo. That's an experience you want to share with somebody. What, you're just going to come back and tell everybody how cool it is? Nobody likes the cool vacation story that no one else was a part of.
I would love to go
on vacation. That's like the study abroad.
I would
kid.
love to go on vacation by myself.
No,
I would sign up today.
I like vacation by myself.
I would be doing that in Nashville for Philly sports trips in a couple of weeks.
That's an event, though, that you want to share with somebody. So also just the solo ticket, no, I don't think I would do it.
All right, can we have a texters, 610-632-0975, YouTube. I saw a couple people already saying yes, they would do it. Would you, last second, drop what you're doing for $1,000? That's the other thing. It's not like, hey, do you want to go to the ball game tomorrow? The ticket's $100. No, I'm lucky enough that I could leave my dog at home because I have my wife at home and my son at home. But would you drop the $1,000 to make the trip to Dyersville, Iowa, watch the game, fly back? You're missing maybe 2 days of work. You're scrambling to figure out pet care, child care, all this kind of stuff. Or if you're someone like you, Connor, you could just freaking do it. You could just leave. Would you do it? 610-632-0975. I'm really starting to consider it. now that I'm saying it. I might have to have a legit conversation when I get home.
So our last 2 days of working together just wouldn't happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know Scott would understand that. I think. Maybe I'd come back to
I
not
would have
having a
that
job.
conversation first.
Hey, Field of Dreams, we built it, they will come, right? My man, the house was going for bankruptcy. He had to sell it to the banks, and he built a baseball field instead. Instead of making money, he built a baseball field. And look at how that turned out for him. Pretty well.
Yeah, that was a movie, brother.
So what I'm saying is, if Scott said, you do this, you're fired, it might work out for me. I might just build another baseball field and another cornfield. I want some reaction to this. Would you do this last second, right now? Buy the ticket, buy the plane ticket, you fly out, you're back in 3 days. 610-632-0975. I probably shouldn't have the conversation on the air because somebody might take the ticket that I want. All right, coming up next, I want reaction to this, but also, we talked about this earlier today. I want to revisit a conversation we started the show off with. How much should our voices be taken into account when it comes to these teams? I don't mean me as a host. I mean us as a collective fan base. The recent people under attacks by fans, whether or not we have been right or wrong, I will go through the list of names that a lot of people have been yelling and screaming about. Have we been right about them or wrong about them? We'll go through that next here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A stressful series. I'm Connor Thomas, and that's what the Phillies had against the Blue Jays, dropping 2 out of 3, but they did beat them 7-6 yesterday in 12 innings in the series finale, thanks to a Derek Hill walk-off single. Jesus Luzardo struck out 12 in his start, and Kyle Schwarber broke his homerless drought with a 2-home-run day. It was still a weekend of missed opportunities, though, and one where the bullpen didn't look good, and there were not enough run-scoring cashing in by the Phillies. Derek Hill, though, who played hero yesterday, talked about the persistence, even if things are not going your way the first couple times.
Those opportunities don't come around all of the time. How do you calm yourself in those opportunities?
It came around 3 times tonight. The first 2 I kind of messed up on, but if you don't succeed, try again. Third time's a charm.
That via the NBC Sports Philadelphia broadcast. Now it's on to St. Louis for a 3-game set with the Cardinals. Game 1 is at 7:45 tonight. Andrew Painter on the mound against Hunter Dobbins. The Eagles had some big news over the weekend as Lane Johnson announced that this upcoming season would probably be his last. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media at 9:40 this morning. The NBA schedule is expected to be released this week, so we'll keep you updated on who the Sixers will match up with and when. And the Union took down Necaxa 3-1 yesterday in their second Leagues Cup group play match. This update is brought to you by Audible. Audible makes traffic less of an annoyance and more of an opportunity for another chapter. Audible, stories that speak to you. New members can start listening with a 30-day free trial at audible.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
earlier today with Kincaid and Salciunas.
There's a throwback for you.
Come on, man. How did that happen? I thought that got wiped out.
No, just today's headlines.
Yeah, they wiped out today's headlines last week, but they didn't wipe out the earlier today with Andrew and John. Good thing is, you could keep a lot of the things as long as the name Kincaid's not mentioned.
It's a fair point.
Because Andrew and John is next week. Right? Marks and Salciunas. You could still do it. There's still Andrew and John stuff in there.
That's efficiency right there.
Damn right. That's why John got the big call, man. They said this is easier this way. But he's a JON guy. So all the the actual stuff on the website and stuff had to change.
It may just be easier for him to legally change his name and just throw the H in there.
He could do that. Yeah, I think I'm going to go to Iowa, dude. I think I'm about to do it. I don't buy anything for myself. Ever. So like saving money has not been a problem for me because I'm not spending money ever. I wear the same 7 clothes. Like
all right, I guess it's middays with Connor. What, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Maybe. My man Big Tasty chimes in. Hear me out, Andrew. Calling it a life-changing opportunity like the Phillies are about to cure world hunger in Iowa. It's a cool baseball game, but let's not get it carried away. Did I call it life-changing opportunity? I said once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I don't know when the Phillies are going to be playing in Dyersville, Iowa again. I'm not saying life-changing. My life won't be changed. I won't go there and find a religious path. You know, it's not like I'm going to go to Iowa and be like, I saw Shoeless Joe Jackson come out of the cornfields.
Did you go to them in the Little League Classic when they played a couple years back?
What, at Williamsport?
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Did you have any interest at all?
No.
So why is this one?
This is different. This is different than that. It's Field of Dreams, dude. Like any baseball fan, it's Field of Dreams.
I like Field of Dreams.
Had to catch with his dad at the end.
Do I like Field of Dreams enough to spend $1,000 to watch Aaron Nola? I don't know.
People will come, Ray. Oh, people will come, Ray. They probably play his voice out there, James Earl Jones.
I've heard his voice. He's Darth Vader.
Yeah, but it's different. I think I would cry.
$1,000 is a lot of money.
I know it is. But I don't spend money.
Speak for yourself, then.
Like, yeah, I'm not the one that's getting the Amazon packages delivered to our house every other day. Speaking of my wife, coming up at 9:30. I'm excited for this. She did not know that I was taking notes of a lot of the things she was saying yesterday. My wife and I went to the Phillies game yesterday. I took a lot of notes yesterday. Yesterday was the how are we reacting to this team notes, and also how does somebody who doesn't give a damn about sports take in a sports game. I have some notes that I will provide to the audience coming up at 9:30. But I want to get back to this conversation about whether or not the organizations should listen to us more. Not listen to us about roster decisions, but there are definitely guys over the last couple of years that have felt the fire of the Philadelphia fan base. So let's go through it, Connor. Some of the names that have felt the fire, and have we been right about them or not? I believe Daryl Morey felt a lot of the fire from the fan base, and man, look how quick things can change when you move on to somebody that's grinding and somebody that's trying different things and isn't just relying on his personal beliefs of analytics and guys that can shoot the three and old guys. Like, that one was right. Sixers fans were right about that one. One that I don't believe we have the answer to yet is Nick Nurse. Like, there are people that would fire Nick Nurse today if they could. I'm glad that the organization didn't listen to that one.
I don't think that's ever been a majority opinion, though.
Been a lot of people, dude.
You really think so?
I do, and I think people are weirded out by the new GM, same head coach dynamic. Because usually a new GM brings in their own coach. I think a lot of people look to blame someone when things are going wrong, and obviously people love Tyrese Maxey, and it's easy to just point to Joel Embiid's health, so they look for somebody else. And Nick Nurse has caught a lot of heat from people. And I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I just think right now it's not totally fair. Life isn't fair. But I don't think it's fair to judge Nick Nurse yet. We haven't seen him have a team.
Yeah, I don't know. The Doc Rivers stuff, it felt like the collective city wanted to do the atomic wedgie and pull his underwear over his head. And now we're looking at Nick Nurse, and like some people are questioning him. I haven't felt people are that negative.
Part of the reason why the Doc Rivers thing was because he was vocal.
You don't know basketball.
Exactly. And there were people that probably agreed with whatever the reporter was saying at that time, and then he said that.
But like when Brett was getting out of here, now Brett got put in a tough spot with the Colangelo stuff and having to be like the de facto GM. But people were calling for his job for years.
Yeah, because everybody knew that he wasn't going to win anything.
Right, but
he was
Nick
he was
Nurse
a placeholder.
So when you look at the past decade of Sixers basketball, he is probably the most accepted to this point head coach.
I guess. I don't know. I don't think I see much love for Nick Nurse. I think it's more. I think I'm in the minority of the let's see how it plays out because he hasn't had a chance to.
I think that's the majority. Like, I just don't think that's not love, though. Like I said, that's accepting.
Okay. All right. You look at the Phillies up and down the roster, everybody's hated and they're all still here. So there's nobody we can really talk about. What?
Not
Who?
necessarily.
Who? Strom?
And look at the manager. A lot of people were very upset with Rob Thompson. Now a lot of people are getting upset with Don Mattingly.
Yeah, and look, I tried to tell you. Not you. A lot of the people, John Kincaid. Like, what was Rob Thompson doing wrong? Not flipping tables? Not hitting the Gatorade cooler? Oh, Sleepy Rob. Well, what's Sleepy Don doing? Or Don's over-managing and making bad decisions. Like, whatever.
But if you listen to the fan base, that Rob Thompson move was something we would have done.
That's a good point. A lot of people would have.
No, I don't know if they're better with Rob Thompson, but that's one that's interesting to look at.
They needed to do it. Don't get me wrong. To make that clear, they needed to make a change. But there are a lot of people that thought they turned it around because of Don Mattingly. But they turned it around because they finally woke up. Because they said, yo, guys, you just got this dude fired. You got to turn things around now. And I think a lot of guys are feeling the pressure now, and that's why as we get closer to the playoffs, guys are getting tight again. Because we're just too used to that. Football. A lot of you were wrong about the Darius Slay stuff. Now, look, we're really lucky to have Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, but I never understood the vitriol toward Darius Slay. I never understood that one. He was a consistent player. I know that he got banged up toward the end because he was getting older in his career. And he was a smaller cornerback. He wasn't some big-bodied cornerback. That's one that I never understood. The over-the-top hatred for Darius Slay when I think he was a consistent pro for the Philadelphia Eagles. You can say what you want about the podcast. I get it. But there are players that I think sometimes we are overly negative about. And then there's some guys where it's the opposite, where we're overprotective of. I mean, the Phillies had that for up until this year. The Phillies were protected by a lot of people. A lot of people. And I never understood why. Bad baseball is bad baseball. Whether you like the guys or not, whether they have fun or not, whether they pour gumballs on top of each other or not. Like, bad baseball is bad baseball.
I totally get why. You're 31 or 32, right? So you've seen the 08 team and that run. There's a whole generation of Philadelphia Phillies fans where the first time they experienced love of this team was 22.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've said that.
And they don't want to give up on those guys.
There are people, you're right, there are people, and I love it. Let me make that clear. Before anybody gets pissed off, I love the fact that there are more fans in society of sports. It's more welcoming to everybody, and I love that. I think that's great. I also do know that I have 100% argued with a fan that didn't watch baseball until 2022 before. I told you I had a guy recently tell me that LeBron James isn't that good. And I said, I know you don't watch basketball. Like, even my man 215J Philly might think that LeBron's a fraud. He calls him LaFraud. But, like, I do imagine that you at least respect the fact that he can play the sport of basketball. I had somebody say to me after the Sixers signed LeBron James, he's not even that good. Because I know he doesn't watch basketball. I know he watches a specific side of the political spectrum television network. And that's where his opinions come from on LeBron James. I'm like, yo, dude, like, Come on, man. Like, you're just wrong for saying that. Like, that is inaccurate. That is the most inaccurate thing you've ever said. So I know that I've argued with non-sports fans that were not sports fans until like maybe 5 years ago. The Eagles winning the Eagles are now a party, right? Like, you were at the bar with me the night they won the Super Bowl. I bet you there were people in that bar that weren't watching Eagles games 2 years earlier.
Absolutely.
Right? And that's the beauty of this city, because sports is such a big part of the fabric of this city that when things are going well, everybody wants to be a part of a party. Parties are cool. But there are definitely times where we are arguing with somebody that might not have been paying attention to, like, baseball for more than 5 years. Jose Alvarado should not have gotten a standing ovation last year. That was stupid. And I remember people being in my mentions like, come on, we love that guy. No, he impacted the team last year. Like, Jose Alvarado should not have gotten a standing ovation last year. But it was to your point, Connor, it was a part of maybe a group that just started getting involved with baseball recently. And that's great. I want more fans. The more fans, the better.
Yeah, it's always better.
Yeah. But it's just sometimes I feel like I'm arguing with somebody that just started watching.
I don't think we've gotten to the biggest two names in this city, though.
All right, who are they?
As far as that's concerned. And that's the quarterback and the coach of the Eagles. Like, Hurts and Sirianni, I've had a large portion of this fan base out on them for parts of their career. Like, Jim in Nazareth checks in on the text line, says, ownership should never listen to fans. If they did, we wouldn't have Jalen, Nick, or Howie, because fans have hated them all at one point or another.
Yeah, I mean, I've told this story a couple of times. It's been a while, but in 2022, when I was at the Phillies Braves Rhys Hoskins bat spike, the Eagles were 8-0 at that point, right?
Think so.
Yeah, it's in October, or they were 7-1 or something. They lost to the Commanders, and then they went and got Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph. They showed Nick Sirianni on the big screen, and he got standing ovation. You think he's getting one today?
I don't know. Probably not.
They showed Howie Roseman. There were boos. And I was like, well, I know Jalen Reagor sucks, but that guy won us a Super Bowl and has recently rebuilt a team that is 7-0. Like, they're
talking about Howie Roseman, not Jalen Reagor.
They are undefeated right now, and we're booing the guy that put together the undefeated roster. So I get what he's saying, the texter.
I put a hole in my wall when they drafted Jalen Hurts, the two-time Super Bowl appearing, one-time Super Bowl winning Super Bowl MVP.
That was before you became a professional sports talk radio employee, right?
No, I was working here at the time. It was a stupid pick. You didn't need a quarterback. You just drafted Reagor over Justin Jefferson. Then you go get this quarterback that people were talking about as the third-round guy. Now, clearly, it was a great move, and it worked out for them, and I look like an idiot, but at the time, I'll stand by my reaction.
You know,
that's why they shouldn't listen to us.
I said it earlier today. There are people that are so supportive of these teams that claim that I'm a bad fan because I'm critical of the teams. There is definitely somebody in their car right now saying Connor's a great fan because he showed that emotion, punching a hole in the wall. I look at you as a
punch a hole. I kicked.
Okay. I look at you as a lunatic, and I don't think your fandom is better or worse. I think everybody that is a fan, whether your wall has Eagles wallpaper on it or you have no gear whatsoever on. I'm not wearing a single Philadelphia thing today. Does that make me less of a fan as somebody that is wearing a Philly shirt today?
Yes.
Like, I don't get some rules that people create in their heads. You kicking a hole in the wall as a grown man is a little much. I don't get the videos after big losses that you see on social media where somebody throws the TV outside. I do think most of that's for clicks. They probably bought a new TV and they just wanted to get rid of the old one somehow. I don't get those videos. I love these teams. Diehard sports fan. Have been a part of it my entire life. And never have I had a reaction like that. Does that make me less of a fan? Why is that?
I don't get angry at like anything else. So when I get angry at my sports teams, I get my money's worth. That's it. When have you seen me angry about anything that wasn't sports? You've known me for a long time. I'm as easygoing as it gets.
Yeah.
Unless a team loses.
Yeah.
So then it all comes out.
I don't like that. This is such a psyche conversation. Like, I don't get reactions. I'm fascinating by them, right? Like, the guy I was at, my wife and I, before we went to the Phillies game, we had lunch at Live Casino at the Sports and Social. They actually got some pretty good food there. And I had Christy make a parlay. She was actually pretty close for not knowing anything about sports. But we're sitting at the bar, and the TV that was in front of us, you could tell had dried up liquid on it. And my first thought to Christy was, I wonder if somebody had a bet on that game or whatever was on this TV, and they threw something at the TV. Now, money's money. So that's a bit of a different reaction for people. But I've never understood the breaking things. I've never understood. I did it once in my life. It was 2010 when Ryan Howard struck out to end that series against the Giants. I threw my remote and put a little hole in the wall. And my mom said, wait until your father gets home, because my dad was away for business. And when my dad got home, he pulled me to my room and said, I don't blame you. Just don't do it again.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's a normal thing.
But I was 16, 15. I was a child. You're a grown man at this point.
Yeah, you act like I'm doing it every weekend.
I don't get ever doing it. And that's what, like, and now that makes me less of a fan because I don't get angry.
No.
Same way
it's
other
not
people
that.
do.
But, like, some people get pissed off in traffic, and the next thing you know, you're screaming at the person in front of you. I don't do that. People get mad at stuff in their day-to-day life. Why didn't that person hold the door for me? I do not care. I care about nothing else in life than whether my sports teams win or lose. And because of that, when bad things happen, sometimes the anger that everybody spreads out throughout the day, that comes out for me during the just one incident.
If Bayless checks in, I flipped over my coffee table when the Sixers traded Mikal Bridges for sesame seed. Come on.
Fair. Not the sesame seed part, but the reaction is fair.
But, I wouldn't do that. I've definitely, punched the couch. But, I feel like that's a really normal thing.
Bro, the Kirkering play, you should see
I was silent.
What
happened
demolished
to
a
your
chair? Demolished one.
Why?
I don't know, man. I'll give you one guess. I just watched the dude take an easy play at first base and throw it in the first row behind home plate.
And Orion Kirkering doesn't know you exist.
I don't care. I don't care about whether or not. It's not for him. I'm upset that team just blew it again because that led us into this year.
I got it. I was in silence. I don't know.
People react differently.
I know. I just don't get that reaction. And I kind of want to have a psychologist on to talk about it.
I don't get how you could sit there silently after watching that.
That's my anger. I'm a silent anger guy.
Okay, I'm not. You're going to know if I'm angry.
I don't get it. It's fascinating to me. That is a world that I just don't understand, those kinds of reactions. All right. Coming up next, I told you, my wife and I went to the Phillies game yesterday. It was a special day for me. It was a date day. Just me and my wife. Wonderful time, right? If you've listened to me over the years, you'll also know that my wife doesn't give a crap about sports. So here's a date with me and my wife, one guy that's a diehard sports fan and one gal that doesn't give two craps. I was taking secret notes of things she was saying out loud during the event, leading up to and during the game. And I will give you the observations of a non-sports fan at a sporting event. That comes your way next year on Mornings with Andrew, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phils walk off Toronto. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies took down the Jays 7-6 in 12 innings in the series finale yesterday, thanks to a Derek Hill walk-off single. Jesus Luzardo struck out 12 in his start. Kyle Schwarber broke his homerless drought with a nice 2-home-run day, but it was still a weekend of missed opportunities by the Phils, losing the first two games of the series in dramatically bad fashion, and the bullpen struggling throughout it. So Don Mattingly had a very relatable reaction when he talked about it after the game yesterday.
Feels like this should have tequila in it. Jesus, criminy. Well, today we hung in. We had some big innings and had chances and kind of get kicked in the gut and then still bounce back.
So it's nice to get that one win, but after that series, I think a lot of us feel like we need a drink. Now it's on to St. Louis for a 3-game set with the Cardinals. Game 1 is at 7:45 tonight. Andrew Painter versus Hunter Dobbins. The Eagles had some big news over the weekend as Lane Johnson announced that this upcoming season would probably be his last in professional football. Nick Sirianni will meet with the media at 9:40 this morning. The NBA schedule is expected to be released this week. We'll keep you updated on who the Sixers will match up with and when. And the Union took down Necaxa 3-1 yesterday in their second Leagues Cup group play match. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
waking up with Mornings with Andrew on 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
This hour is brought to you by The Bagster. Dumpster in a bag. Get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. For details, go to Baxter.com.
All right, it's 9:30 here on Mornings with Andrew. Don't forget Middays with Marks, Johnny Marks, Sean Braithwaite done. That comes your way at 10 o'clock today. Final week of the shows. The new lineup begins Monday, August 17th. Mornings with Marks and Salciunas starts the next Monday. Brayson done. Sean Braithwaite done. Connor producing that program will be starting that day as well for the midday time slot. And then Unfiltered remains the same. All right, couple things before I get to the observations of a non-sports fan at a sporting event. I like to, every once in a while, check the likes that I had from over the weekend, see if there was anything that I missed to bring up content-wise. None of them are Philadelphia sports related. The first one, did you see the new change to Twitter?
Nope, I did not.
Big one, man. Big one. Twitter will be ending their current creator monetization program and will be replacing it with a new, quote-unquote, original content rewards program. So Dov Kleiman, Ari Myrov, who are the other guys? ML Football, they all lose their income. They'll still, I'm sure, be posting all the time. But remember, the aggregators is what has created a lot of money for some of these accounts. And that's not just the annoying ones. What's the one, the basketball one? Not Central, NBA Central.
I like Central better.
NBA Central does a really good job. They might just be doing it for the love of the game because they were doing it before the monetization of social media. But the other guys started doing it when they started making money off of it. So that's going to be interesting to see how that changes things. Also, I have two random soccer stories that I thought one of them would have been in today's headlines.
Okay. Let's see, because I saw a couple over the weekend.
All right, there was a match in Uruguay.
I did see this one.
All right. It was broadcasted on one of the ESPN platforms. I can't imagine how deep in the archives you had to get to this one. And it wasn't like Uruguay versus another country. It was like, this is a league in Uruguay. They're playing at a field that you could probably drive through your local town and find one. Like, it wasn't a stadium. It was a field, and people had a couple of bleachers to sit in or their own fold-up chairs. But it's a professional league. It's right next to a highway. And the ball went out of play onto the highway, causing a car crash, like multiple cars, because one car slammed on its brakes, and it's on a highway. And so there was like a 3 or 4 car pileup because of this soccer ball. They probably have to readjust things with that one, maybe put a wall up or something to make sure that that doesn't happen again. The other one, did you see what happened in the Brazilian Serie A league?
Now, this is what I did not see, no.
All right. A guy scored a goal. And
wait. No, I did see this
all
one.
All right. The player scores a goal and went to celebrate. And we see it, if you ever watch soccer, the advertisements are like the boards of a hockey arena. But, like, it's not the boards. So a lot of the guys will jump over it and almost run to the crowd and do, like, their own version of a Lambo leap or something like that. The guy jumps over probably a 3-foot-tall billboard, not knowing that behind the billboard were stairs leading down to what I'm guessing were the locker rooms. And he jumps over it and falls. It was like a cartoon.
It's right into a hole.
Jumps and like, I mean, it was a steep hole. I don't know what happened to the guy. I hope he is okay, but I would imagine he, like, legitimately got hurt. Like, it was horrible. My man jumped up and just disappeared.
I need him to be okay because it's a hilarious video.
Yeah, because you don't, yeah, you're right.
It's like the bison guy in Yellowstone where it's first check if everyone's alive.
Yeah, I hope he didn't die because here I am, like, having fun with this and he could be dead for all I know. I doubt it because I think that would be more of a story, but it was insane. All right, observations of a non-sports fan at a sporting event. But I'm going to start before we even arrive to the ballpark. Number one, as I mentioned, we were eating lunch inside Live Casino before the game. She did not know that the Savannah Bananas was a thing. That was the first time she ever seen it, was the TV. They were showing the game from the night before. And she's like, "What? Why is that guy wearing a cowboy hat pitching?" And I'm like, "Oh, you have no idea what this is. This has never reached your algorithm at all." And so she watched like 2 or 3 batters, and she goes, "Oh, you could do that." I go, "No, I can't." She goes, "What do you mean? Like, they're not professional baseball players." I'm like, first off, they all like played in college. Like, they were all actually pretty good baseball players. She had no idea the popularity of it.
Yeah, it's big time, but I can get a non-sports person not knowing.
I showed her the most recent highlight that came out from Saturday. Did you see the?
Oh yeah, the
guy did like a backflip barrel roll in midair. Somehow he was like Tony Hawk on cleats and caught the baseball. And she goes, "Oh my God." I go, "Yeah, no, I can barely jump. That guy's doing backflip barrel rolls to make a catch." That was observation number one, that she thinks so highly of my athletic abilities in my Sunday League baseball that I could play for the Savannah Bananas. Parking prices. So a lot of these, you all know already about the parking prices, but she's not down there ever. She had no idea parking prices are $50 now in some lots. Again, that's why I park a mile away and walk and don't pay anything, because I'm not paying $50 for parking. Now, I get it. They got you by the balls, because if you can't walk very far or you want a quick exit, $50. I will say that is a complete ripoff. You can't even give me inflation as to why parking prices have gone up.
Yeah, what's the asphalt got more expensive?
Right. Like, I thought about this a lot yesterday. Okay, minimum wage may have gone up, or I don't know what the wage is for the attendants. I don't know what they're getting paid. Let's say they're getting $10 an hour, and let's say they're there for 5 hours. That's one car. That's $50. You don't need, like, shame on every team, not just here in Philadelphia, every team. Why are you raising prices? What changed? You're right. The asphalt, why? You can't even tell me that's just the way the world works these days. You can't give me inflation. Cars are cars. They fit in the same spots. The other one, I drive a Honda Civic, but the bigger vehicles, whatever they call it, SUVs, all that kind of stuff, $70. It's still the same spot. And you're charging somebody $20 more just because the car's bigger? It still takes up one parking spot. All right. These are not my observations. These are my wife's observations. Long sleeves, the baseball players. Why do they wear long sleeves? It's too hot out. I was trying to explain to her that every single day you're out there in the sun. Maybe they don't want to wear sunscreen every single day, so they'll wear long sleeves every single day.
And sometimes it's good for the sweat. Like, I like to sometimes wear the quarter sleeves because it would keep the sweat from dripping down my arm and get on my hands.
Yeah. But she was fascinating that people were wearing long sleeves. This exact moment then led to the next observation, because she noticed it when Bryce Harper was batting. This is such a non-sports fan, like, mom thing. Bryce Harper walks. What does he do?
Takes all his stuff off.
And where does he put it?
Oh, on the ground.
Why can't he just hand it to the guy? Why can't he just hand it to the bat boy? He's right there. And you know what? I don't think I disagree with her. I'm actually kind of Team Christie on this one. Like, just hand it to the guy.
Adam's a pro. He takes care of business down there.
I know he does.
He can get it.
No, I get it. I'm just saying, like, she's not wrong. Like, he's right there behind you. Like, you can feel him breathing down your neck. You can't turn around and hand it to him? All right, this one was a great baseball one. She didn't know that people like Tyler Rogers exist.
Oh, the Submariners?
The submarine pitchers. She was fascinated by that. That was probably the most intrigued baseball portion of the day she was intrigued by, was the side armor, which, by the way, I am still fascinated by it. I've been watching baseball my whole life. I have tried to pitch like that. It doesn't go well. This guy's throwing 85 miles per hour. His ERA is 1.74 on the year. The guy's ridiculous. All right, what else we got here? Oh, why don't we sit here all the time? Because we sat in the Hall of Fame club. She doesn't know about ticket prices, about like how certain seats are more expensive than others.
Okay, that's something she should know.
I was like, you know why? This is why. I don't have the coin to go here every single time. Like, yeah, sure, we can do this every once in a while, but I'm not sitting here every single time. She screamed, "Cut your hair" to Brandon Marsh.
See,
not that he could hear it.
You know what? I feel less bad about the football incident. I'll say it. Coming after my guy now.
Cut your hair. As Duran came out of the bullpen, quote, "Why are they filming his ass?" End quote. Because they have the guy on the camera that's chasing him, and sometimes you got the good angle, or sometimes you're filming his butt, as she pointed out. Why are they filming his ass? And then this one was the best one. The observations of a non-sports fan at a sporting event. Tim Mayza got a strikeout in the 10th inning. And you know how they do the lights with the K? She goes, "Oh, they're turning on the lights already?" I go, "Honey, Jesus Luzardo struck out 12 batters today. And you didn't see those lights go off once. Out of his 12 strikeouts. I mean, did Kirkering strike somebody out up until that point? No, he stinks. Duran had a strikeout. There were 13 strikeouts for the Phillies pitchers yesterday up until that Tim Mayza strikeout. And he had one earlier in the inning. So 14 times she didn't notice that the lights went off when there were strikeouts. And those are the observations of a non-sports fan at a sporting event. Anything surprise you in that one?
No, not really. I mean, it's a good exercise for us to remember with how ingrained we are in this. There are a lot of people out there that love this team or will go to these games and don't view it the same way that we view it.
And then they get upset when you say something negative about them. By the way, Rodman lets us know that was the second time a player jumped over that barrier, that stadium. You would think after the first time, they would find a way to cover it at least during the game. So it happened a second time this weekend. There was no injury, but the goal was overturned. What does that mean?
The goal didn't count.
Wait a minute. So the guy thought he scored, jumped over, fell down the steps, and it was for nothing?
Yep.
I didn't even see that part of the story. That's awesome.
Oh,
that's awesome.
I love other countries like mid-level professional soccer.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yeah, it's fantastic. All right, coming up next, Connor, are the Phillies still a wild card team by the end of this week? We look ahead to what the Phillies have, and we look ahead to the team that's one game behind them. It's Mornings with Andrew, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic app.
Middays with Marks comes your way next. I was just hanging out with them during the commercial break. They're ready to go. As you can imagine, they're talking fightings. A lot of great Alec Boehm conversations taking place during the break. Some that can't be on the air. Oh, God. You know, what do they do this season if this experiment doesn't work?
What do you mean? What experiment?
The Boehm at first base thing. It's not working.
Yeah, then he's gone. You move Harper back into the infield, and you find a right fielder, another journeyman guy for the next season.
No. I'm talking about this year.
Oh, well, he's there. He's got to play.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Here's the thing. Like, this team is legitimately maybe playing their last chance at winning a World Series, right? If there's no baseball next year, I'm not going to bank on 60 games next year when I'm evaluating the Phillies right now. Okay? Are we clear?
Yeah.
Like, I'm talking about the 2026 Phillies and then the 2028 Phillies. I will not talk about, you could get 60 games. Like, it's a waste of time because we don't know. Right now, I'm leaning toward there is not opening day in March or April. So I'm going to have the conversation as if they're not playing baseball next year. So this could literally be the last chance that they try to win something. That means you have to do everything that you can. That could mean that guys, like, you might have to make more drastic changes.
What more drastic changes can they make?
Taking a guy out of the lineup that stinks.
Okay.
They moved him down. They benched him because he had another hissy fit the other day. He clearly didn't play. He clearly got benched Saturday. And then yesterday he's batting 8th. And he once again came up small in big spots. I know he had 2 hits yesterday. But he once again came up small in big spots. Like, and he had a bad play at first base.
I get you. He stinks right now. You can call him unplayable. What do you do if you sit down Alec Boehm?
You give one of the Dela Cruzes in the outfield a chance.
And then what, move Harper back to first base?
Yes. Where you have a potential Gold Glove first baseman back there, yeah.
Okay.
Like, they have to consider everything. They played freaking Kyle Schwarber at first base for crying out loud. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
you could do that.
They might have to get desperate, or they already are. They might have to get even more desperate. So the Phillies, we had some fun earlier today talking about the game in Iowa. That's the first game of the series against the Minnesota Twins. So come Friday morning, I'm not even saying Saturday, Sunday. Come Friday morning or come Monday morning when the new shows begin. So let's start for you and I, Connor, if I'm even with you Friday. I might be in Iowa for all I know. Come Friday morning, are the Phillies still in the wild card? They have a 1-game lead over the San Diego Padres, who have completely turned their season around. They're red hot, kind of. They're 5 games over 500, but they've turned their season around. They're 1 game back of the Phillies. The Phillies have a 3-game series in St. Louis against the Cardinals, and then they play that first game in Iowa against the Twins. The Cardinals are 500. They're 59-59. The Phillies enter this series being the better team. Did that mean anything against the Blue Jays? No. They dropped 2 of 3. But they go into this series the better team, and they are better than the Minnesota Twins. So that's 4 games, 3 against the Cardinals, 1 against the Twins come Friday. The Padres have the Brewers for the next 3 games. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday. They are also off on Thursday. Is the whole league off Thursday?
Maybe to make room for that game. They might have done that.
Let's see. They may have done that. So they're off Thursday, and then they play the Guardians Friday, but we will be doing the show in the morning. Will the Phillies still be the 3rd wild card team, if not higher, because I think they're still tied right now with the 2nd wild card spot? Bottom line is, are they the wild card team come the show Friday morning?
Yeah, they will be.
Because the Brewers are going to beat the Padres.
Right. Yeah. The Brewers are a great regular season baseball team.
Yeah.
And you're going to get 1, maybe 2 in St. Louis. Yeah, they'll still be there, but you have no room to slip up.
I'm more banking on the other teams losing than I am the Phillies winning at this point. That's kind of where I'm at. By the way, that Thursday slate, they will be the lone game at 7:30. There are other games, 1 o'clock games, 2 o'clock games, 4 o'clock game, and then a couple of West Coast games at night. Rangers, Angels, Brewers, Dodgers. Dude, love that Thursday night. But Phil's Twins will be the lone 7 o'clock game. So all eyes will be on that product. There's definitely a fan in Iowa that is so excited to watch the Phillies. There's no. I mean, what's the closest professional team to Dyersville, Iowa?
Probably the Cubs.
All right.
Or the White Sox, one of those Chicago teams.
There's probably somebody that lives in Iowa that's like, oh, my God, Bryce Harper's coming to town. Kyle Schwarber's coming to town. Look at the names of this roster. And they're going to watch them lose 3-2. I know Ryan Kirkman will blow a lead in the eighth inning. All right. Let's check the poll of the day. Brought to us by Dr. Ivan Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. I may have been morose all day, but my poll hasn't been, thanks to Dr. Ivan Appel. What do we got?
All right. Heck of a lead-in. Have you hit your tipping point with the Phillies? 81% are saying yes. 19% are saying no.
And I wonder when that started for a lot of people. It started for me after they lost to the Mets. I'll never forgive them for that. I'll never forgive them for the collapse against the Diamondbacks. But that series against the Mets where it looked like I thought they were done then, like the core. I thought it was over. And then they came back for 2 more years after that. So my tipping point was October of 2024. I wonder how many people had it like really recently. I mean, you do the Locked On Phillies podcast. Have you gotten more reaction recently? Negative. I know you usually get a lot of negative reaction because that's just, it's like the Yelp review. People complain more than they go to Yelp to speak positively about somebody. That's why when things are going well, usually it's crickets. And then when things are going poorly, there's a lot of reaction. But have you gotten like more anger recently?
I don't really think so. Maybe more consistently this year people have been upset, but that's why it's so hard to say tipping point. Like, there are folks that'll comment and watch a lot of episodes and be like, hey, last year got very upset for stretches and then believed in them when they made the run and won the division.
Sure.
And then believed in them when Don Mattingly took over, and now they're back on that. So is the tipping point, like, people come back and forth all the time. That's why it's so tough to tell.
Yeah, because this Phillies team has kind of done that to us.
Right. So I don't know what counts as the tipping point. Like, if you got heated over the Diamondbacks loss and then you never really in the back of your mind believed in this team again, was it then? How far back can we trace this?
Sure. That's fair. By the way, I was looking at some of the odds. Phillies to miss the playoffs is plus 330. To make the playoffs, they're minus 480. I would not make that bet.
I would not either.
I'm not saying they're not going to make the playoffs, but it's not worth the payout. It's not worth the risk.
And boy, is there risk right now if you put money on that.
There absolutely is. If anything, the smarter bet would be to bet to not make the playoffs, which obviously we're not going to do. All right, Middays with Marks is coming your way next. Tomorrow will be a Tuesday with Amy. Amy Fadul will be in studio tomorrow. And maybe it's my last day of the week. I don't know. Maybe I'll be flying out to Iowa to watch the Phillies take on the Twins. Everybody have a great rest of your day. Middays with Marks next here on The Fanatic.